How's everybody doing today? Welcome, welcome, welcome to the Ledger Lounge. This is Oz, the Crypto Goat, and we have a special guest coming on today. Wadie Crypto X will be on the live today, so don't forget to smash the like button today. What's up, Wadie? How you doing, man? Glad to have you, brother. Let's see here. How's it going, Wadie?
What's going on overseas?
Glad to have you. Let me fix the audio here. TikTok Studio got an update today and everything's a little bit off.
The music is a bit loud.
How about now?
Still a little bit. Lower one more, probably.
How about that?
Okay, better.
Perfect,
Much
perfect.
better.
Yeah, I kill the music when we get going. We also have Jessie in the house today. She hasn't been feeling well, but she came in today just for you, Wadie.
Okay.
Let's
So OC, do you prefer me showing my face or?
whatever you
I
want,
mean,
man.
either way, I don't mind.
Whatever you want. Ball's in your court.
Okay.
Let me see. Oh, it won't let me move you.
Alright, so let me set up the phone somewhere nice. Let me see,
TikTok face cam is uneven. What do you mean uneven? What do you mean, TikTok seller? It's uneven. I'm gonna get that fixed for sure. Because everything looks good on my end. Maybe. Oh, oh, that's weird. Can you call in the IT guy? Sorry, Wadie. TikTok Studio did an update today, and everything is not working properly. My apologies. Smash the like button, everybody. We're working
yeah,
on the.
good. Yeah, I did see the update today to the TikTok studio, so no
Yeah, so
worries.
yeah, it's a little wonky. We'll get it figured out here in just a second. I wasn't expecting you to come on for another hour. I'm a little unprepared.
Oh no, I thought I saw from 8 to 9. I thought I had to be here early.
Oh, no worries, man.
Yeah.
Did you show him the problem?
Okay, hold on.
Right? What the heck's going on? Does that fix it? What about the display screen? Let me see it. That is weird. These move too. I guess so. These are massive too now.
When they updated it, they just messed it up.
I mean, OZ, do you want me to come back?
Yeah, give me a few minutes.
All right.
I need to see.
Well, I'll be in the chat anyway. Okay.
All right. My apologies.
All right. All good.
This is why I want my stream keys. All right, we'll go with that. Oh wait, now it went back to normal.
I think it's just TikTok Studio.
I think it's TikTok Studio.
What the heck?
That's off center now. You gotta push it more. Camera more. One more.
What the heck is going on with TikTok Studio?
That's why I usually adjust it because I hate Studio.
This is why I cannot stand this. I need my stream keys. Now, Eve, if you're watching, I need my stream keys. Like yesterday. It's been a week. All right, we'll go with that.
Move the camera. Move the display. Like, no, it's fine.
Yeah, it looks fine. All right, we're back. Everybody smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends. Welcome to the Ledger Lounge. This is Oz the Crypto Goat, and we have a special guest on today, Wadie Crypto X. We're going to be talking about some fun stuff today. Nate, thank you for the heart me. Let's get the shoot, now I don't know how anything works anymore. Let's set up heart me's for the gift. We'll do 10 heart me's. Perfect. Let's get those heart me's rolling in. I don't know what's going on. Ever since they updated TikTok Studio, it's been a mess. Revolution, thank you for the heart me and the roses. How we doing, Oscar? Revolution, thank you for the 2 popular votes. How's everybody doing today? It's Friday. It's Friday again. I don't know how that song goes. It's Saturday, Sunday, work. Something like that? No, I'm not going to sing today. I'm not going to sing. TikTok seller, thank you for the 17 roses. Appreciate you. Dude, I haven't seen your live. I've been meaning to come in and show you a little bit of love. I haven't seen you. If you don't know TikTok seller 444 yet, make sure you send him a follow. He's got the best deals on TikTok Live. I'm telling you, nobody has the deals like this guy does. TikTok seller, thank you for the 4 popular votes. Appreciate you. I'm hanging in there a rough day or so. Yeah, dude, the market just looks terrible today. Oh, you're waiting on a new product. Nice. The cool ice maker. Oh, dude, I have one of those. Those are actually pretty legit. All right, Wadie, if you want to send a request, I'll bring you up here. So Wadie's here. We usually get more viewership later on after about the first 15 or 20 minutes. Jaden ended his live, so we're not going to be slim pickings today. When Jaden goes live and we're live, it's a wrap. It's a wrap. There's nothing we can do about that. But he's great. You know, he's got a good show. But yeah, we're definitely got some competition. But healthy competition is good. Leo, thank you for the heart me. Appreciate you.
Yeah, don't stress it too much, man. Usually the crowd comes in slowly, man. So
Oh, yeah.
earlier I was in Crypto Bros live, and he only had like 30 people, and we were just having a good conversation. By the time I left, there was like 55. So
Oh, yeah.
don't stress it.
I love Crypto Bro. Cosmic is one of my favorite
Yes.
creators for sure. Him and Bullish Babe's show is just spectacular.
Yes.
It's not as structured, but it's very fun. It is a laugh riot the entire time. I love that show. I was actually watching you on it earlier today.
Yeah. So you know who I'm talking about, and you know what I'm talking about. So it's all good, man. once we start getting the conversation rolling, people start seeing that I'm here, you're here, and if it's good, then it brings more people in.
Oh, exactly, exactly. It'll get rolling here. Um, Before we get started, what's your take on XRP, man? You think we're cooked, or you think we got a double bottom here, maybe triple bottom, and we'll take off?
Uh, I will take a look at the chart. So give me a minute. The only thing I count.
I'm
Yeah, I
just
thought
yeah,
that with Canada coming out with the only ETF, the first XRP ETF over there, I thought I was gonna see some real nice price movement, and it didn't happen.
yeah. It's been quite a letdown. Um, I'd even say this is a quadruple bottom here, which is not a good sign.
Yeah.
A triple bottom, yeah, we could potentially, but 4 times and then it tested lower. I'm thinking it might be cooked. It's also that time of the year right now where, you know, people are selling off for the summer. Maybe in a month or two, things will pick up. But Wadie, this is
You're
something I've
talking
been,
about the sell in May go away.
yeah. I've been eyeballing this. Do you see my screen?
Yeah, I do.
That's what I've been eyeballing. I'm thinking 170 to 160. According
Well, you're
to
going
wave theory,
way,
I would,
way lower than me.
yeah,
I was
wave
gonna
theory
say
says
you're going
90.
way lower than me.
Yeah, I'm
I'll
thinking
tell
like
you what I got here. Hold on.
190 maybe. But that's just at like support.
Yeah, so first thing is first, breaking the 108. That's the strongest support I see right now. After 108, yeah, 162 will be the lowest level that I have on XRP.
You mean 180 or 108?
No, I mean, sorry, we need to break 208, and then if we break below that, then the next level is 171 and 162.
Yep. I agree with that. And if it, it may come down. I'm thinking 160 again if this is a head and shoulders, but I'm going to not go off of the wick. I'm going to go off the candle and I'm going to say 178.76, I think. Let me see here. I have my own little style of how I do this and I seem to be pretty spot on. Yeah, 180,
Hey, bro, look,
181.
I always said every single trader got their own style of trading. What works for you might not work for me. What works for me might not work for you. The only important thing is as long as we both are getting money out of the market, that's what matters, man.
Exactly. And I am offering a technical analysis course. If you're interested in signing up for that, send me a DM. We also have, for deluxe subscribers, I do one-on-one coaching. Coaching is different than TA. I basically do the TA for you. And you can basically ask me questions, how to set up your wallets, how to, tactics and tricks and things. And we try to formulate a strategy that works best for your situation. Everyone's situation is different here. So we cater to where you are at financially. Let's go over these gifts and then we'll get started with this interview here, Wadie. Revolution, thank you for the 2 popular votes. TikTok seller, thank you for the 17 roses. TikTok seller, thank you for the heart me. Who is that? It's not showing me. Man, this new setup is not working. If I missed you, I'm sorry. TikTok seller, thank you for the 4 popular votes. Leo, thank you for the heart me. Ken, thank you for the heart me. Revolution, thank you for the sending to Wadie the 5 heart puffs. Gosh, they're just rolling in like crazy. Holy crap, I can't even keep up with it. Freedom, thank you for the 5 roses. TikTok seller, thank you for the 12 roses. TikTok seller, thank you for the let 'em cook. Kodak, thank you for the heart. Nico, thank you for the heart me. Kodak, thank you for the red chilies. Man, I cannot even keep up with it. It keeps refreshing. Jesus, thank you. I gotta. There's so many coming in, guys. Thank you.
I was gonna say, bro, I think I just take the shortcut and be like, everyone, thank you for the gifts.
Yes,
That's it.
Everyone, you know who you are. The gifts are just flying in like crazy. You guys are phenomenal today. Thank you so much. But yes, we love and appreciate everything you guys do for this show. And we have Jessie on today, so she'll be fact checking for the show. Basically, here's where I'm at, Wadie. I kind of want to talk about White Rock, but I can't divulge all the information that I have today. But I do have a little bit. I have a little bit that will kind of leak out. It's probably more or less common knowledge than anything that people don't know. But I'll tell you what, it has been pulling teeth dealing with both sides on this story. And so we'll get there. I am in contact with White Rock. However, the issue is talking to them. They keep wanting me to go to Telegram, and I want to speak with them directly on their official email or website so that we can verify that it's true and correct. And for some reason, it doesn't. They don't want to do it that way, and it's been difficult. But I am in contact with them, so we're kind of on their time right now. And I understand they got a business to run and everything. So, Wadie, my question for you is, where are you at in this whole situation? What are your speculations? What are your facts that you found out? Make sure that you state speculation or fact so that we don't get confused on the information.
What's your favorite color?
Yeah. So just pure speculation, right? What I did see, well, this one is more facts than speculation. I saw some red flags when it comes to their smart contract. That usually a legitimate company wouldn't have that, right?
You talking about the proxy?
When it comes to
You're talking about the proxy contract.
Yes. The proxy contract, blacklisting, whitelisting, like I could put up the information right here. Today on my live stream, we were doing how you gonna do your own research, right? As a matter of fact, every Friday, we're going to be doing research live for different coins. So when it came down to White Rock, I saw every single red flag possible. And that's why when the first came out, I didn't even touch it, to be honest with you.
Likewise.
And even, yeah. So when I see things like that in a project, regardless of the situation that transpire afterward, I just say, you know what? There'll be a next one.
I agree. There's so much scams floating around right now in the crypto space, and it's basically the Wild West right now. Anything, if it has a hint of a red flag, I'm kind of I'm not really into it. It doesn't really interest me right now. I'm looking for smart money investments. And I've been in XRP for a very long time, and we do follow XRP, but it has the same red flags as well. I think that it's smart for people to take into consideration the hopium involved with a lot of these things, and especially White Rock,
Yes.
for instance. Um, Getting an approval with the SEC for the project being used with the stock market is highly unlikely. I mean, it could happen,
Yes.
but it's just that's probably my biggest red flag, other than the contract, is the fact that it's a pipe dream. Maybe later on down the road, with some clear regulation and legislation to follow, something like this could come along. But I think it's just way too early to even speculate on a project like this.
Yeah. Well, first of all, that's number one, right? If XRP, which is one of the biggest, well, the third biggest or fourth biggest cryptocurrency. Let's say the third because stablecoin, in my opinion, doesn't really count, right?
Right.
It's stable, it's pegged to a dollar. So, with that being said, if XRP, that is a big cryptocurrency in the space, and they are having a hard time even getting their own ETF approved over here, what would make you think that a token that came out of nowhere is going to get some approval from the CFTC and all of that? So when you think about smoke and mirror, which this space is full of that, that's the biggest situation there.
I completely agree with you. And I think that there's a lot of good, um, good projects out there that don't really raise too many red flags, that are more in, the top 100 projects that are out there. I would say, do your research, people. Not financial advice here, obviously, but be careful. All right, be careful, because um, there's a lot going on right now. We've been seeing, just report after report of people being kidnapped, wrench attacks,
Mm-hmm.
you name it.
Yes.
It's going on right now, and that's because we're in the bull cycle, and it's popular right now. It'll kind of fizzle off and die out, I think, once the bull cycle runs its course, but it'll never, in my opinion, ever go away. Maybe with
Correct.
regulations and legislation, it's probably not going anywhere anytime soon. What do you think,
Correct.
Wadie?
No, I 100% agree with you. Mass adoption, like we all want, is gonna take some time. The regulation framework is gonna take some time before everything gets implemented. Now, when it comes to scam, it's always, in my opinion, it's always scam season in crypto.
Yeah.
Whether it's that there's a rug pull, there's a honeypot, scammy Ponzi schemes where they would promise you, hey, put in $1,000 worth of Bitcoin here, and we will multiply it in 3 months or 6 months.
You sounds like you're
There's
talking
all
about
sorts of
Katana.
scams.
You talking about Katana right now?
Well, I actually don't know about Katana, so I wouldn't be able to tell you that, but I'm talking about from my own experience, and that's pretty much how I kind of got introduced to crypto.
Right. So Katana is one of those projects. Like, I want to believe, and I want to be early on something, but I'm a smart money investor. But basically, this
Yeah.
project, it's on Polygon, and basically you trade in your Ethereum, Solana, Bitcoin, or whatever in for cat tokens, and they say that in the next 9 months, when the project goes live, your tokens will have value. But you get airdropped these crates that are random amounts of this cat coin, and you gotta hope
Yeah.
and pray. I'm good on stuff like that. You know what I mean? Like, do your research. That doesn't mean that it can't be something. But with my show, we mostly focus on smart money entries. There's a lot of people out here that are, we can't say the G word, but they're playing games with their money. And you got to understand, a lot of this is a Ponzi scheme, like you said. And we have to be vigilant, and we have to do our research here for sure. So I want to get back to White Rock a little bit. So I did some digging, and I did find something very interesting. Two things, actually. And they're the only things I'm going to be divulging today. And I want to know if you are privy to this information and what your thoughts on that are, or if you have even heard this. So the first thing that I discovered is there are 2 White Rock projects. So one is officially a scam, and it's been deemed a scam. And then the other one is the legitimate White Rock that we're talking about right now. Did you know this information?
So when I tried to scan their contract on Token Sniffer, there is 2 White Rock, but one is on Arbitron, and the other one is on Ethereum. If it's the same thing you're talking about, then I kind of know, but not really.
Yeah, so let me see if I can pull it up here real quick.
Okay.
I had taken some screenshots, and I wanted to be prepared for today, and we actually got behind. They reinstalled Live Studio and messed everything up, and then I had an emergency that happened, and I was flying down the road and then got pulled over and got a ticket. And so it's been one of those days.
It hasn't been your best day. I get it.
Okay. So what I have here is a White Rock, and it's the money sign white proposal scam website that mimics the real White Rock platform and operates as a crypto drainer. This scam is not associated with the legitimate White Rock project. Controversies related with the White Rock company itself, such as Aeon's White Rock suing China Construction Bank over the Vestos scandal, and accusations that White Rock's team includes former developers from the Z Casino project, which was associated with an exit scam. However, these are about the company, not directly with Kitsumoto. Do you know who Kitsumoto is?
No.
Okay, so that's the person I'm in contact with at White Rock. And so this is we'll get into more, but what we just talked about just now, were you aware of that at all? Chat, are you guys aware of there being 2 projects? Okay, yeah. So there is the scam website, okay, and however, White Rock is directly tied to Z Casino. And do you know about what happened with Z Casino? You want to elaborate on that?
If you're asking me, I know nothing about that.
Okay, so Z Casino was a rug that happened a few years back, and basically what has happened is Z Casino has rebranded as White Rock.
Okay.
And that is the official White Rock. Okay, not this other scam. There There's one that is clearly a scam. Okay, clearly a scam, um, and basically it drains wallets. Okay, I believe it promises airdrops and things like that, and they wipe your wallets. However, the official White Rock is directly tied to Z Casino, which was a rug in the past. And that's where I think a lot of the speculation comes from of whether or not this is legitimate, because the people that are in the company and running the company are the same bad apples that ran Z Casino. So that's what I was able to find out. And so Gizmodo is the guy that I'm in contact with White Rock. I believe that's how you pronounce his name. And
Okay.
what I found out about him, which is another red flag for me, okay? This is a red flag. He's based out of Nigeria.
Okay. I get where you're coming from.
You know, I don't want to speculate too much, but that is a fact. Okay, so he's based out of Nigeria, and White Rock is their official headquarters is in Dubai, and I believe that it's in Dubai because it's a tax shelter for companies to operate and move. So these are all, red flags that just keep popping up, for sure.
Yeah. So if you don't mind me sharing a little bit of my own
Please.
investigation, right? When it came down to White Rock, first I went to their website. I put it on scanadvisor.com. It's one of my research tool, and it has a 6 score out of 100.
Oh
Now,
man.
some of the things that says this website does not have many visitors, meaning probably nobody but the same people in the team and the community knows about the website.
Interesting.
Financial services or content identified with a high risk return. It says we found several negative reviews about this site. This website has only been registered recently,
Do you know how recent?
right? I'm gonna look into that one. So, according to the facts that I found here, right? Domain, it's about 10 months from now. Who
Interesting.
created it? It's hidden. Uh, Website speed very fast. The SSL certificate is valid, so that's good. But the main validated certificate DVSSL is very low, which if we're talking about a legitimate company, that one is supposed to be on a high level. Um, Let me see what else. The ISP is Vercel Inc., and the country is within the US. The registered name is Grandi SAS. Registered website grandi.net. Gandhi.net. So that's just on the website page, right? If I want to find out if a company is legit or not, that's one of the things you want to do. Now, if we go to Token Sniffer and I put in their contract, they get a 10 out of 100. With that, this is the red flags. Source does contain a proxy contract. So it says the source code contains a proxy contract which could potentially allow the functionality to be changed, such as pausing trading and minting token. That's sketchy.
Oh yeah. Especially
Um,
minting tokens, like they can inflate the supply. That's
yes,
that's and
yes,
who holds on to that mint? Obviously, probably the creators.
yes, correct. So, ownership renounced. The contract contains ownership functionality means it's not renounced, and ownership is not renounced, which may allow the creator or current owner to modify contract behavior. For example, disable selling, changing fees, meaning like the tax fees, buy, sell, or mint new token. They can be legitimate reasons for not renouncing ownership, but usually there isn't. Um, the other red flag that I saw, all other holder possess less than 5%, meaning a wallet contains a substantial amount of token. Circulating supply is total supply minus burn amount, which could have a large impact on the token price if so.
Oh, for
Now,
sure.
that is the,
Is it any?
yeah, so
I have a question for you, real quick,
go
before we
ahead.
get any further. Is any of that
Yeah.
like escrowed at all, or is it just open wallet, ready to be sold at any time?
Well, that's the part that I was gonna get to,
Oh,
right? I don't see anything on escrow so far. I haven't been able to find that. So this part right here says at least 95% or largest liquidity pool burn lock for 15 days. You want to know the answer to that? It is not.
right.
So,
And if
not
I
enough.
believe if sorry, don't mean to cut you off. I believe if
Yeah, go ahead.
a company owned these coins and were had an escrow, that would be something that they would want to put out and promote because that's good for
Yes.
the coin. So
Yeah,
why would
because
they keep it
escrow,
gate kept?
yeah, escrow is actually what XRP uses, right?
Right.
That they release 1 billion token every month from escrow. And other project use escrow as well. But let me tell you the meaning of what I just read to you. It says not enough liquidity. It's secure for minimum duration, which could allow for a significant amount to be removed. Equal rug pull.
Wow. Yeah, that all the telltale signs I think are there. Um, I think some people just want to believe, whatever. Maybe they got in at a high price and um, they're shilling the coin to find a way to get out of it. But I think, it's very important that we are careful of who we listen to about projects and we do the
Yes.
research like we're doing right now and stick with the facts, because anyone can say anything, but the facts are plain and simple, and that's what we try
Yeah.
to do here is focus on the facts. um, did you have more on that? Because I do have a question for you, but I want to make sure that you completed your thought.
No, no. So far, that's what I got. If I look into quick intel, it says that the contract is not renounced. It said external contract risk, meaning they could do from an external point, right? They could do whatever they want with the contract, and it's the same as contain external action. So even though we could pull up the contract and it could apparently look legit on what we're seeing, right? Checking all the green flags, but there's a back door where you could just make matters worse.
That's really interesting. I'm glad you told me about that. We're going to look into that some more for sure. And this is why it's good to have, more heads are better than one, because you find things I don't find, I find things you don't find. It's great to have this community digging into these things. Um, I have a
Yeah.
question for you. What do you know about Crucial?
Uh, so I really don't know much about him. I spoke to him once through X, and he claims that he's just an investor. But to be honest, the way he defends the project and he's always in contact with the developers, I kind of question a lot about him. But I did tell him, look, if I'm honest with you, Ozzy, this isn't my fight.
I agree.
I did a favor. I did a favor for a friend. He told me about the situation with the daddy, and I said, you know what, this is unfair. Let me go support.
I agree.
So, with that, with that being said, I went through several streams. I heard some inconsistency in the stories, and that's when I decided, you know what, this ain't my fight. I got no reason to be involved. I already did what I could as a content creator, supporting what I think it's an unfair treatment, and that's all.
Yeah, you know what? You and I are so much alike, man. I love your style because you're like me. You stick to the facts. You're not here to get into the drama about it. Um,
Yes,
and I agree. There's a lot of inconsistencies, and questions just lead to more questions. Um,
yes,
but I do give some validity to the fact that there are definitely a lot of red flags with White Rock for sure. Dead Daddy
yeah.
is on the live. He just sent me a request. How you doing, brother?
What's
Not
going
very
on, that
much.
daddy?
Ooh, let's see if I can get this going like this.
Your audio's
Yeah,
a little low.
it's a little low.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. You sound like you're far away from your phone.
Is this better?
Before you get into anything, I want to address something basically to build upon what you just said, Wadie. Um,
Yeah,
Crucial reached out to me um, because I found it very interesting that I reached out to someone else from White Rock, and I got a response from him that said that he was talking to that person. So, and
yeah.
that's one of the
You're talking
about
I know.
Crucial.
I mean, do you want me to mention names, or you prefer to keep it anonymous?
Whatever you feel comfortable with.
No, no. I mean, your show, your rules, bro, and I
I don't care.
respect them.
I'm here to find the truth, and
Okay.
that's all I really care about.
So,
So what's the
from
key
my
you're
own,
looking for, though? That's what I would like to find.
What's
But go
up?
ahead, Waddy.
I can't barely hear you,
I want to know
Dead
what.
Daddy.
How about this? Check, check, check. Can you guys hear me there?
A little better.
yeah, it sounds like a little bit echoish, like you in a bathroom or
Can you
something.
turn up your dB on the mic?
Turn up my what?
Your dB decibels?
I'm already at +5.
Oh, maybe go to 10, 12. I'm an audio
All right,
engineer,
so this
bro.
is where I'm at right now. How does this sound?
That's a lot better.
That's a lot
That's a
better.
lot better. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
What were you
All
saying
right,
though?
everybody. No, Waddy was talking.
Oh,
Oh no. So basically, what I understood from Crucial, he's in contact a lot with Max, which Max is supposed to be like the CFO of White Rock, and I don't know. I mean, like I told him myself, I was like, look, man, let me tell you something. I've been around this crypto space and long enough. And one thing that you kept on saying is we or
Us.
Max or we again, right?
Yeah.
And I told him if we was to go into a legal battle because of this, once again, it is not my fight. But if he wanted to take it there, I told him I have the recording where you pretty much, even though you're saying that you're not part of the team, all the evidence points out that you play a bigger role in this situation than everybody else.
I agree. I
Thank you.
have probably over 100 messages from Crucial that, and I have them all right here. Proof, if people need to see it, fine.
Yeah.
But I would imagine most of my fans trust me on my word on this. But nothing but we and us is what I hear when he
Yes.
refers to White Rock. We and us.
Yes.
And then I reach out to Max to get a hold of him, and I'd never talked to Crucial before. I don't know who he is. Um, didn't reach out to him at all. And
Yeah.
the moment I reach out to Max, boom, I get a message from this Crucial guy. And he's like, hey, I'm in contact with Max. I can get you in contact with him and this and that. And what I'm noticing a trend, okay? Anyone
Yeah.
from I'm in contact with several people from White Rock, and any one of them will not divulge any information to me on any official email or profile. They all want to
Yeah.
go to a separate place to speak and talk under the guise of something else. What's up, Mega Crypto? How you doing, buddy?
Yeah. What's going on, Mega Crypto?
Yeah, we love Mega here. Mega, thank you for the gifts. Everybody, thank you for the gifts. Your gifts have been incredible. There are just too many to list. But thank you. Didn't mean to interrupt the conversation, but we got to give some love to the fans. They've been so supportive of everything here. Francesca, thank you for the DJ glasses. So, I have noticed a trend with Crucial. And Dead Daddy, I don't know if you picked up on this. I'm in contact with another person. I think it's director of operations, or I can't remember. And I'll divulge all that later when I make my final report on this.
Luke?
Okay.
I think his name, it starts with a K. I said it earlier. I'm not going to take the time to pull it up right now. I think it's irrelevant. But he is basically out of Nigeria.
Like that.
And that raises some red flags to me for sure, as well as the legitimacy of this company. But it's been nothing but the runaround here, and like Wadie said, this isn't my fight, but I'm taking time and resources to get to the bottom of this for the fans, and because the community wants to know, and I feel like since I took it on, I have a bit of an obligation here. So I'll tell you this. As far as White Rock goes, unprofessional. Very unprofessional. I've never dealt with anything like this before with the company. I've been doing this kind of stuff for a very long time, and it seems like kids. And this Crucial guy, even him, man, if I'm not just Dead Daddy, you know this. I drill people, I drilled you hard, and I'm looking for inconsistencies. I have a way of interrogation, really. I'm interrogating people. And the moment he's not hearing what he wants to hear, he gets very vulgar and angry. And I mean, I'm receiving paragraphs of hate letters and all kinds of, and it's just like, what is going on here? Like, I'm just asking questions, man. Like, what is going on?
Yeah.
The theme that's been consistent with my record. Can you guys hear me now? How's my voice now? Is
It's
it
a
better?
little low, but I can hear you.
All right. How about this? I'm gonna just talk louder. But I feel like I have everything maxed on my mic right now. Like I'm looking at the meter, it's peaking all in the red. So it's like I'll try talking louder. I don't know why it's coming in so quiet.
No, what I was gonna say, are you like in a open space? Because that's what it sounds like.
No,
Like
I'm.
you got a little bit of feedback in the background.
You know what? Let me try something real quick. Let me turn the mic off and back on.
Sounds like laundry's
All
going.
right,
You got the laundry
right.
going in the background.
No, I think that's me, and that's a watcher, but I think it's a little too far.
Yo,
Go ahead, Daddy.
can you guys hear me now or no?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, better, way better.
Is this too loud now or?
No, it's perfect.
No, it's way better now. Yeah.
Is it better now? Okay, thank goodness. I don't know what was going on, but I'm glad that kind of ironed it out. But yeah, exactly what you were talking about. You nailed it. Like that was the number one thing that really like. Well, maybe not the number one thing, but that was definitely one of the aspects that I noticed in the whole process of going to Dubai. And if you watch my video series, that's exactly what I point out. And people like their mentality is to point me out as, oh, you're ungrateful, you're greedy, you're whatever other words they were using. They were trying to say I'm ungrateful, and I was like, because I didn't want to go on the yacht party with them, that I was like, I was ungrateful for that as well, and like because I was upset about the tickets going from first class to economy, that I'm ungrateful and greedy, and I'm like, that's not it at all. I'm not dealing with my buddy. I'm not dealing with some guy at the bar who was offering to buy me a drink and they got me a Coors Light instead of a Heineken. I'm dealing with a multi-million-dollar company, and your character, the company's character, and the people's character that represent this company is exactly how the company is going to be run. And if the company is consistently from start to finish is inconsistent with its word to what they say for what they do, then that is just, in my opinion, a horrible sign. That is a horrible sign. It has nothing to do with about being first class in economy and I'm greedy. No, it's about you said one thing as a company and then you did another. If you're willing to do that to me over something as simple as buying plane tickets, then what else will you do it over, right? Like where does it stop? Like the only thing that you have right now for the community to rely on is the consistency of your word as the people of the company and the company itself. And if there's nothing but inconsistency, and then when people ask questions about those inconsistencies, then you attack them and get violent and visceral, then literally it's the definite, well, I mean, my opinion, like I keep summing it up, it's narcissistic traits. But what it boils down to is they're preventing dissent. They don't want people to dissent, and they're paranoid and they're scared. And people who are creating something that's not legit or a scam or are lying are typically paranoid and scared people. So that's how I deducted things when I looked at the whole process. And granted, in the beginning, I didn't have a whole lot to go on except my gut and their word versus mine, and me dissecting them psychologically and breaking down their personality traits as a company. So when I made my video series, because originally when I was recording my video series, I didn't have any ton of evidence. I had community concerns, right? That's what I had. I had a series of community concerns that were given to me by the community or researched from the community, because before I went to White Rock, I reached out to the community. What do you guys want me to ask White Rock? What questions should I do? I researched my own questions, got some from the community. I researched all over the place. So at first, when I was making my video series, all I had was a whole laundry list of like, these are community concerns about White Rock. But as I was recording the video series, and White Rock's response was, oh, you're not saying positive things. Because I did in my first couple of videos, I wasn't saying a lot of bad about them. I was just pointing out things that were inconsistent, like their word, this and that, the follow through, the times that they were messaging me. Like, these things are inconsistent, reliable. These are the things I was looking at. This is how I'm dissecting it with my mentality. And their response to that was to attack, cease and desist, spam my page, jumping in my lives. F you, you suck, White Rock's awesome, you're going to jail, we're going to ruin you financially. Have you ever been bent over and screwed by $1 million company? You're going to be screwed for life. You just messed up. You're good. Like literal death threats, by the way, literal death threats, but vaguely put, like things like you're going to lose more than just your finances. It's going to be the end of more than just your finances for you. Things like that. Comments that were happening, like very violent to the extreme.
I received similar messages for sure.
Yeah. So at that point, I didn't have anything but community concerns. And as I was doing a video series and they started coming at me, I immediately realized, I'm like, that's it. I was like, if you guys are attacking me, I'm taking the gloves off. I'm delving in deep. I'm finding the evidence because I know it's there. I've seen some of it. Some of it, some of the evidence I even looked at and I was like, you know what? There's still not enough there. Like the Z Casino thing. Like, yes, I see the associations that Hebby was making, but I was not smart enough to piece that stuff together in the blockchain. I'm not that guy to follow those blockchain wallets. I'm not good enough in crypto to trace those wallets like that. And, you know, domino effects just started happening. I started meeting other people. I started putting together a team of people who had resources, who had abilities. I started finding new things out about White Rock. New people started coming forward about the team. And, like, evidence just started piling up about White Rock. And then that's when I was like, okay, they're attacking me hard. They're threatening to ruin me financially. I'm going to stop editing my videos in the nice way. I'm changing all these. I'm taking a look at all these community concerns. And now they're going from community concerns to this is evidence. This, like, before it was community concerns. And now I'm looking into things as I'm making these videos. And I'm like, I'm finding the actual evidence. And like one of the big things that people don't realize that I don't think White Rock realized is that when I was there in Dubai, one of the things that I noticed right away and I took note of, because like there's two things that I did in Dubai that I took note of that I think that were key that probably went unnoticed by the team. One, when I went to go meet them at the White Rock facilities and I went into the office and I asked for Antonia, the receptionist said, Antonia from NodeWorks, I'll let her know you're here. And I was like, interesting, NodeWorks, what's that? I'm gonna have to look into this. Pin note, put that up there. I'm gonna have to look into that for later. That's how I found out that that was the parent company for White Rock, and that's gotta be the company that's been paying the employees. Because of that receptionist just making that quick little comment, and I made a pin note in my head, and I'm like, I'm gonna look into that later. That too, and the whole concept about me pinning them as narcissists. And I remember sitting there going, what would a narcissist do to get out of looking like the bad guy? And I was like, oh, well, that's so easy. Narcissists don't take the blame for anything. They blame everybody else for everything that goes wrong, even when they're the one that causes it. And I was like, so their goal is to be like, oh, we've got all this bad publicity. We're being bullied. Who's bullying us? We're a big company. It's another company. There's a concerted effort for corporate sabotage. I was like, that makes perfect sense. So, and I remembered reading on these, not Trustpilot. It was a like a scam alert website, something like that. And there was a few comments in there about White Rock, and they were like, yeah, this company did me dirty, blah 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 blah. And then, but if you open it up and it says, but if you click my Telegram, I'll connect you to Max. And it was just a spam comment. And I knew it was a spam comment. There's a few spam comments on there about White Rock. And I was like, you know, there's not a ton of these, but these could be considered a concerted effort to make the company look bad. So when I was talking to Max after we had dinner and I brought it up to him, I was like, you know what? You know what? Because at this point, I was already suspicious about the whole yacht party thing, about them needing me to get on that yacht, despite the fact they presented it in a way to where they said that I was not required to go on the yacht. They presented it as an option. But then when I was there, they made it seem like, no, you have to be on this yacht. And I was like, that's even more uncomfortable. Like, why do you guys have all of your chips on this yacht party thing that I was told was optional?
I got a
And that's when I
question.
came to the narcissist conclusion that maybe they were trying to present the whole bad publicity thing on someone else or corporate sabotage. So after dinner, I presented Max with the question. I was like, I found some evidence that might be considered a concerted effort to attack White Rock's image. And then that's when Max Gineffri looked at me and he was like, yeah, that's exactly what we were talking about on the yacht party last night. I was like, oh, really? Okay.
I have a question.
Yeah,
And
go ahead.
don't take this as a slant at you, okay? But there
It's gotta be.
there are bigger creators saying the same thing. Why
Yeah.
not them? Why you?
Right. Because I don't know. Because I think it has a lot more to do with ego. Because I think that they got to see me face to face. So it's more personal for them, maybe.
Maybe, yeah. One thing I noticed, Jesse, I'm going to bring you up and because you're the one that found this information. So let me know when you're ready and I'll mic you. Jesse's our fact checker here. We were doing some digging into White Rock, and Jesse was looking for basically media coverage on White Rock. And the issue that was found, Jesse, if you would elaborate on this a little bit more, please, was that there was nothing we could find negative about White Rock from any official anything in Google, and there was some sort of media manipulation happening. Jesse, I'm going to let you take over with that because you know more about it than I do. Go ahead.
So when I was digging into White Rock, one of the things I looked for was media. And a lot of people in a lot of different companies pay Google a good amount of money to keep
She's
negative
really quiet.
media from
Can
popping
her
up.
mic get louder?
And
Though?
so I was looking for anything that was negative or derogatory. And the only thing that popped up were your videos that you had just put out. That was the only thing negative I could find. But by the time I got to page, I think it was like 23 of the Google search, then I started seeing not negative, but questions about White Rock, which is clearly that they are controlling their own media. They're not allowing anything that they don't want being heard or said about White Rock, which is a big red flag because if it's a substantial and, uh, you know, actual business that wants to do good things, um, why would you not want any kind of criticism? I just found it odd. Even on Twitter and like other social media platforms that aren't news, but people, say things on, you won't really find that either. Anything that's outright derogatory is just not there.
It was pretty much only Reddit we were able to find things, which I also found interesting.
Right.
That is interesting.
So yeah, there's definitely some media manipulation happening, and there are other people that speak out about it on social media, other platforms, but I find it interesting that they singled you out. Maybe because I'm thinking this is my assumption. This is speculation, everyone. I think that they don't take this as a slant, but you don't have a million followers. You don't have the like a professional agency backing you or something like that. You're the little guy.
Yep,
And so I
absolutely.
think they chose you to make an example of you, maybe. What do you think?
I 100% agree. I 100% agree. I think that they picked their influencers specifically because they were in a they were in the right window of um what how would you word it, like they were the right window to where, hey, this person's trying but they're not there yet, and we can be that next step for them and they'll be appreciative, right? And I think that that's what they thought was going to happen, and I think that I think in a lot of that sense they were right. You know, I'm an influencer who's not huge, but I'm big enough that I enjoy the people that I connect with, and my videos do okay, and they do well, and I like my community that I've built, and I'm still working on it, and I'm building a lot. I think that they for sure thought that they were punching down when they picked me, and they did not expect me to show any kind of backbone or have any kind of integrity in the process. And what happens when you stand up against a narcissist? They get violent. And you know what? I know
Waddy,
people may
did
be
you have
tired of
something
me
to
referring
say?
to them as narcissists, but I'm sorry, but I think it's too accurate.
Waddy,
Yeah,
did
so if you guys don't mind me, and that daddy likewise, don't see it as I'm trying to discredit anything you said. Like I was just telling OC, I saw the red flags before White Rock even became, the issue that it is now with you, right? And I could smell scam for a mile away. So if they wanna come after me, whatever, man, bring it on. I'm pretty confident I could prove they are a scam. And not to mention, I do have an agent on speed dial that helped me out with my own scam that I went through, which is called 4Count. You guys could look it up. So, long story short, the thing that I do find strange, that Daddy, and this is why I say I see a little bit of inconsistency, is the fact, like OC brought it up himself. And I'm by any means, man, don't I'm not trying to be a jerk. Um I was looking at your following, your pages and all of that, and I'm thinking to myself, well, this guy is not even that big yet. I mean, could you become a big influencer? Yes, you have the potential. Obviously, you're here trying to do the right thing. So, as long as you keep doing that, you'll be good to go. So, in my time in this space, good God, if I could tell how many projects I've funded, and I'm talking about big projects as well. I don't know if you guys ever heard of Saitama, Terrarium, Shinja. I funded them all. And I actually hang around with big friends in the space, which were also some of the friends that were promoting White Rock, one of them being Jay Gagan. I know him. So my point to that is I kind of find it strange that they would ignore everyone else, but yet decide to pick on you, which, from my understanding, and I have no other way to say this, so please do not misunderstand me. I'm not trying to be a jerk, but from my understanding, you're still the small guy in the space, which makes you irrelevant. And that's the part that it doesn't add up to me. Like, why would the project go so far to the point to even pay your trip? I was looking up at some of the Dubai tickets, and they're expensive, bro. Even if it's economy, why
Right.
would they take their time to go through all that trouble instead of just telling you, hey man, here's some hush money, or hey man, you know what? We want to bring you on board as an influencer, which that would make more sense to me than them go through the whole nine, bringing you out there for nothing, and at the same time you come back empty-handed.
You know, that's kind of the conclusion we came to over here
Well,
as well. And
I
like
don't understand how
not
you
a
guys are
not a
trying to
slant at
say.
you, Dead Daddy, at all, but we were my
I mean,
question was is
I'm just trying
why
to figure out what it
why
is
you?
that
You
you're
know,
trying to say.
why did why did they choose you? Why would they spend all that money and do all those things? It's questionable to me, and um, uh, I just I'm kind of dumbfounded because it seems like Wadie said they sounds like they spent about 10 grand on whatever. Why not just say here's 10 grand, say something good
I
about
mapped
us?
it out. You guys would have watched the videos. I mapped out exactly how much you spent. Okay, so I'm going to address this. So, and this is the best answer I'm going to be able to give you guys. I have no effing clue. The only answer I can give you is that I originally did a video on White Rock months ago, and I said I was buying in. That was it, like 3 or 4 months ago. And then I did a follow-up video saying I'm going to sell. And then it was shortly after I did that follow-up video that they messaged me and offered me to go to Dubai. That's it. That's all I know. I've never had any communication with them before that. The only information I knew about White Rock, never expected them to reach out to me. I mean, that's the best answer I can give you guys. You guys are looking for something deeper. I don't know what it is. There's nothing I can give you that can satisfy your paranoia. There's nothing I can give you. If you guys think something, if you guys think there's something going on, there's nothing I can give you that can solve that paranoia. Nothing. Because I have no effing clue myself.
I'm
The only thing that I know is that I think that they thought I was going to come there and they were going to buy me with horrors and flashy boat ride and throw alcohol at me and then maybe get me to sign some sort of NDA and bring me in under a payment promotion thing and with a bunch of other influencers that they had on there. And because I didn't go on their boat and do their stupid thing that they thought was going to work so fine, um, it pissed them off. And what happens when you piss off narcissists? That's why I keep calling them narcissists. They act just like narcissists. When you piss off a narcissist and you talk back to a narcissist, like, you ever had an argument with a narcissist? What happens when you raise their voice? They raise their voice louder. When you talk back, they talk back more. If you say they're doing something, they turn it around and say that no, that's what you're doing. That's a narcissist's perspective. This is how they do things. They try to one up you on over and over and over and over again. And I think that what happened is that in this process of me being like, hey, this is unsatisfactory, and that's what I was going to do. I never expected to get an NDA. And also, if you guys had done any research, you'd realize I wasn't the first influencer who's received NDAs from cease and desists, that received any cease and desists from
yeah,
White Rock.
there were several. I looked into
There
that.
was other ones. So
I
it
saw
wasn't
that.
just I was selected, the blessed one, to receive the blessing of the mighty finger be shaken by White Rock on me. It was just weird happenstance, a company with a historic history that anybody who thinks anything negative of them, they attack and try to squash with threats. And I was one of the few. And so it wasn't just me. There was other influencers who apparently received this
Well,
exact same treatment.
I think with
And they have a habit
if
of doing things this way.
if you
Apparently.
don't mind me, I think that with what we found with the media silencing and everything going on with that, I think that it does raise the question is that they just don't want anything out there bad about them, period. And
Correct. So if you look at how they handled things, so if you guys had watched my videos, you would know that I addressed.
I've seen every single one.
With Zigzag, they have a cookie cutter system. They did the same thing with Zigzag. They did the same thing with Sea Casino. They did the same thing with Syncus. It's the exact same method. It's like a business model, like cookie cutter model that they do with all these rug pulls. They do the same thing. They promote a project. They offer a net coin follow-up to the project, which is the rug pull coin. They have a Discord, they do a Telegram, and then they every single one of them. If there's anybody that says anything negative on any of the channels, they just ban it. They fill up all the positive comments with bots and employees who run multiple accounts, probably AI bots now. And they do the same thing with every single project. They ban dissent. Every single. Did you guys read the Block Immense report? They talk all about this in the Block Immense report that I posted online, that was been posted on X. The Block Immense, the crypto forensics company that did the report on White Rock, they talk all about this entire process. The same thing in that report, and it's just a cookie cutter model. If anybody says anything, they block them, mute them, and if somebody gets too loud, they send them cease and desists and threats. It's the same thing with Syncus, Zigzag, Z Casino, and now White Rock. So it's not that they're doing anything new. They're just doing the same thing that they've always done. And I think that just by luck, I just happened to be the guy who didn't go on the boat, that didn't want to be in a position to where they tried shoving alcohol at me or forcing me, tricking me into signing something that I probably shouldn't sign. Right?
You didn't play
Which
ball,
probably,
so they went after you.
Right.
You were the only one that couldn't be
3
bought, is what you're
balls,
saying?
and I said no.
Yeah.
And I think that's the thing that pissed them off the most, is the no. I think that's it. It's the no. The being turned down by me. The how dare you? Like, turn
Okay.
us down.
So here,
I mean,
I do have another, or Wadie, you want to say something?
no, go ahead.
Okay. And don't take this the wrong way. This is just me being a journalist, okay?
On that note, I'm just going to give you guys another. I got about 7 more minutes. I'll stay till
Okay.
9:25.
I'll make this quick, okay? And I want you to know that the whole purpose of my show here is to look at both sides of the coin, okay? So don't take this as an attack at you. It's just something that I had noticed, and I want to give you the opportunity to be able to defend yourself, you know? So nothing but love here, brother, okay? You know how I interviewed you before, okay?
Right now.
Okay.
I'm overwhelmed with love at the moment.
Come on, brother. Hey, just this is what we do. We want to see both sides of the coin here, and we also want to look at the edge of the coin as well. All right, this is a analogy I use often here. Okay, and it's just good journalism, and this gives you an opportunity to answer this question yourself without it coming from the horse's mouth. And I wanted to ask this question to you. And I felt like right now is the right opportunity, and because it's not fair to put these questions out without you having the opportunity to defend yourself. Okay. And don't take this the wrong way, brother. We just have to do this. Okay. The only real red flag I have with you and your story is, obviously the YU, which we kind of speculated on. My other is, how do I phrase this without upsetting you? There's the possibility that maybe it's all a sham for attention, because I did notice you had teamed up with Caveman, and this is not a slight against Caveman either. We love everybody in the community, but these questions need to be asked and answered. You had Caveman had put out an announcement that he was going to be doing a live, and you and White Rock were going to be coming on the show together to talk it out. I showed up for the live, and I reached out to Caveman. I said, "Hey, who's coming on from White Rock and whatever?" And it was misleading as like a PR stunt to get people to come watch. But there was no ever intention of having anyone from White Rock actually joining. It was stated as though they It was stated as though they would be on the show, and then the fact of the matter was it was that, okay, White Rock is watching, so this is your opportunity to come up and state your piece. But it was a bit misleading.
The way you worded that, where you said it was intentionally misleading and stuff like that. Like, nobody was intentionally misleading anything, for one. Two, The only reason I was doing these lives is because California Joe reached out to me and he said that the community was trying to come together to support me. Because initially, whether you understand it or not, this was actually, especially in the very beginning, an extremely scary time for me because I've never received cease and desist on one. Two, I've never had the voice of a company that has millions of dollars behind their back breathing down my neck, threatening to ruin my life financially. So yeah, this is not a fun fucking time for me, and it hasn't been at all. And I really appreciated the fact that California Joe was trying to organize some community support, and mostly Brooke Odyssey. Brooke Odyssey was the one who said she vouched for California Joe, and California Joe reached out to me and said he wanted to set me up with a bunch of lives because he was trying to build up communities to help support me. And then, which is why I almost didn't do the live, because when I got the questions from you, it was nothing but an interrogation and a breakdown questionnaire. And I was like, I was told by everybody that this was a community support, and I'm going through a hard time dealing with all this crap emotionally. And I don't feel like being grilled or having a pro White Rock shill who I thought maybe you were then. I don't think you are now. But I, like, in the live interrogating me, making me feel worse when I'm just trying to not feel like shit at the moment. I didn't organize any of those lives. Those were all organized by California Joe. I was busy. I didn't know anything about them reaching out to White Rock until like the night before or the day morning of. And the only reason I found out about it is because somebody even left a comment on my ex saying, "You're going to be doing an interview with White Rock." And I was like, "I am?" I was like, I had no clue that they were doing this, but I was like, whatever. And I remember responding to the comment being like, well, whatever. Let's see if they show up. Just took it with stride. So, yeah. And you can look at it like it's a PR stunt. You could be critical, and you guys can look at this like, hey, this makes us critical. This keeps us this keeps us as critical observers, and this keeps us as the level-headed guys in the crypto field. But right now, I don't look at you guys that way. I think you're being overly critical for the sake of being overly critical to keep your image, and that's my perspective. And you guys can take that how you like, not meaning it as an attack. Take it with the best intention. That's my perspective right now. I would love to think better of you guys, but I feel like, for one, you guys showed tons of evidence in the time that I've communicated with you that you haven't looked at any of the evidence that I've shown you. The questions you've asked me, the stuff that you've brought up in this live alone has showed me that I don't even know if you guys have even watched my videos, and you're here interrogating me about stuff about, like, I don't get it.
You obviously missed the beginning of the live where we covered all that.
That is my perspective right now. So I had no control over that. It wasn't a PR stunt. And if you look at my video history, my videos on White Rock have done tremendously worse than all my other normal daily videos. My viewership has plummeted on my White Rock videos, not gone up. I went from gaining 1,000 followers a month to, over the past month and a half, I've gained maybe 500. Actually, I was gaining like almost 2,000 followers a month, maybe more sometimes. Now I barely gained 500 in the past month and a half. This whole White Rock series has killed my channels, has killed my monetization. I'm making shit money off of my videos right now, where I was making decent money before. So your guys' perspective, where it's like, I understand you're trying to be critical, but it's like, you guys really need to look harder before you start delving in and start coming to paranoid conclusions that do nothing but tear someone down who's literally going through a hard time. And I'm here with a good faith to get to know you guys and have a good time. And I'm just not. I'm sorry. I appreciate you guys bringing me on here. I would hope in the future that we can communicate better and things go better. And I have no hate for you all at all. Wadie, I don't hate you. Oz, I don't hate you. I just think that this could have been better, and I hope in the future we can have a better friendship.
Let me just, before you go, let me just say that. Okay, just listen. Okay, all of these are recorded and posted onto YouTube. I feel like maybe you missed the beginning half of the live before you got in, and we addressed all the White Rock part, okay? And we talked a bit about it with you here, but we had already covered most of that information. And so I know it seems like an attack on you. It's not. They're just questions that not only that I have, but the community has reached out to me and asked me certain things, and I'm like, okay, these are questions that need to be answered for the people. And it's not a, like I said, it's not a slant at you. It's so that those questions that the community is asking can be answered, and it can come from the horse's mouth, because those questions can only be answered by you. And somebody has to ask the tough questions. And I don't,
Yeah.
and that's why I made sure that I was very careful about how I asked you, and that I let you know that I was not there to attack you, but these questions did need to be answered. And please do not take it as any slant towards you. They just, that this is where we're at in
So-
this whole situation, and we need to be open to it. Yeah, Jesse? Go ahead,
So,
Wadie.
if I may, see, this is the problem that I have. I really am the unbiased opinion guy here, right? Like, I barely know him. So if he sees, like, one of the things that kind of point just literally hit me when he was talking is like he got fired up when we asked the hard question. And in my experience, that's actually a bad thing instead of being a good thing. And I also noticed when we press him with the hard question, he usually got only 5 minutes, then he got to run and all of this. And I'll be completely transparent. Could it be a PR stunt? No offense. If I am wrong, God forgive me. Yeah, because you know what? You are going on different influencers live stream with all type of audience, and they are listening to your story, and you are gaining followers. So that's me being unbiased and keeping it real.
Yeah, the only reason I asked the tough question is because the community is asking it, and we need the answer, and um, to get back to you, Dead Daddy, I understand the lack of viewership and the lack of traction in your show. TikTok changed their algorithm in August, and every creator is struggling. Okay, every creator is struggling. Um, so it's not just you because of White Rock. It could be, but there are some major issues happening with TikTok. So we all feel it as creators here. We all feel it. Okay. And it's not about attacking you whatsoever. It was about giving you an opportunity to answer the tough question, because we're journalists here. Good journalists ask the tough questions that the people want to know. And it's not anything towards you. That's why I said, hey, man, from the bottom of my heart, this is not a slant against you. This is not an attack on you. This is just what the question that the people want answered. Anyway, I hope you don't see any of this as ill will, okay? And don't take that negatively, because I do believe White Rock could quite possibly be a scam. There's so many red flags, and we addressed all of that in the beginning of the live. And I feel like if you had seen that, you would have maybe not felt so attacked. Just know from the bottom of my heart, there is nothing, no hate, no anything, nothing personal. This is just what I do. You're not the only one, man. I drilled White Rock the same way, and any other news publication or story that I look into, I do them all this way. I always have, and that's not going to change about me in this show. And those who are devoted followers here and watch this show, that. You know who I am and what I do, and we dig. We dig and we ask the tough questions. So please know nothing but love to you. But we have to. We have to, if the community is asking the question, we have to answer these questions. And you're the only one that can answer that question because nobody's asking it to you directly. Show you the questions, you got it, buddy. I will send it to you. I don't know if I should dox people though. But yeah, there's more than one person, okay? More than one person have asked this question. It's even a question I had myself, okay? It was a question I had myself. Does it make it true just because it's a question? No, it just means it's questionable. It's worth addressing, okay? Not an attack at you whatsoever. Wadie, did you have anything more you want to add on this one?
Yeah, no, I mean, my thing is that, Ozzy, like I said, look, I'm a very observant person. I'm a critical thinker as well. I watch how people move, how they react, and honestly, like I said, I don't know him like that. I saw a fellow content creator that was going through an unjust situation. And then, I decided, you know what? I'm going to support this. That is it. That is my whole, how they say, as far as I go with this whole story, right? And obviously, until today. Now, from my point of view, did I see a lot of inconsistencies? Yes, because it doesn't make sense at all. And well, the first thing that doesn't make sense is if you are seeing a project that could possibly be a scam, what would be the point of you going to an unknown country, not knowing the outcome of what's going to happen when he gets out there? So, yeah, I mean, it sounds fishy. Everything else, it's like, I don't doubt, in my opinion, about White Rock being a scam or not. I said it was a scam way before any of this with him happened. So I'm crystal clear on that. Now, my point of view, you just spend hours talking about, um, well, an hour or so, not hours, talking about narcissists and how they act and this and that. My friend, I apologize, that daddy, but that was a narcissist reaction. What I saw from you.
All right. And you know, let's not throw spears, okay? Let's not let's not do that. We are all creators here, okay? And I want to let you know, Dead Daddy, that I chose to take on this everything that I divulged about White Rock. I dug way more into White Rock than I did you, buddy, okay? And at my conclusion, I would say that White Rock is a big red flag. I won't touch it with a 10-foot pole. In me personally, what you do your own research. I did mine, okay? But and we talked about that here at the beginning of the show, okay? Dead Daddy, for you, I took on this show because you are a fellow creator, okay? And I also took it on for the people because the people had questions, the community had questions, okay? And somebody has to be able to ask the tough questions, okay? And I want you to know I spent a lot of time, money, and resources on this, especially in the beginning, for you. We found a lot of information when we went on your live. You called me the GOAT, man. And I'm the GOAT because I asked the tough questions, okay? And I just want you to know that everything we did here was not to stick anything to anyone. It was about supporting you and the community together as a whole, because the community is the ones that are investing their money, their livelihoods. Okay? And as creators, we have a responsibility to our followers, our viewers. Okay? And I just want you to know that I did this for you. Okay? And I want you to know that from the bottom of my heart, man, nothing but love. I get it, dude. I've been in your seat right now. I've been through the legal battles. I broke one of my NDAs on this show, and I have a legal battle ahead of me. Okay? I am in your seat. But sometimes we just got to do what we got to do.
Thanks for allowing me up. And Wadie, hey, how you doing? How's everybody?
How you doing, California Joe? Finally get to
What's
see your
going on,
face.
Joe?
Good. Yeah. I think the one thing that we all need to remember here, okay, during this whole process is this was, as you said earlier, and as Dead Daddy also said, this was a purpose, a goal to surround the community, to support him, okay? And I think along the way, and once again, this is my opinion, this is the way I see it, okay? And I want to say that, I don't have a vested interest in this. I'm not looking to create an influencing following of 1 million people and sell merchandise. That's not what I'm all about. I'm about supporting people, especially people that have a situation that's putting them in an awkward position. Okay, I think that we're losing a little bit of the focus, and I know that you brought up points about White Rock in the beginning of your show. I was in flight, so I was listening. I couldn't really jump in until now. Um, but at the end of the day, good journalism, and I'm a communications major. I interned in major newspapers on the East Coast in my career. Um, Good journalism is you give questions ahead of time, okay? If you're going to interview somebody, and especially if you're going to ask them tough questions, you let them see the questions, you let them prepare, you let them make a decision whether they want to be on to answer it or not. Sometimes people withdraw, such as what White Rock did when Dead Daddy gave him his list of questions. So I think the one thing that we're losing here is that the man is still under a lot of pressure. Okay, there's still a lot of unknowns out there that may come back to bite him in the ass. Okay, and we have to be cognizant of that. We have to be compassionate of that. If we're truly trying to be a community to support each other, we have to be cognizant of that fact. Okay, and the fact that he gets upset, listen, I would get upset too. Okay, when you're hit with something that's unexpected, your first reaction is shock. Okay, and people present that shock in different shapes and forms. Okay, so we can't criticize him because of the fact that he got upset at something that was being asked of him, or something that made him feel uncomfortable, or something maybe that he was afraid to talk about. Okay, and once again, and I appreciate Oz that you've apologized to him a million times, and Wadie that you said you hope you're not wrong, and I the same thing. My whole goal in this was to take an idea that Brooke and I discussed with some other people on an influence stream, and support one of our own. Okay, and if there are tough questions to be asked, I mean, Oz, I've seen you reach out to him and say, "Hey, DM me, call me, talk to him." I've talked to him. Okay, I've spoken to him. I've asked him whatever I needed to ask him. He's told me whatever he's needed to tell me. Okay, so I think that would probably be a better approach. Okay, and then you can bring him on your show and ask the question, so that way at least he is prepared. And listen, when you talk to him initially, you'll be able to tell because of your experience whether he's telling you the truth or he's not. Okay, so at that point, then you can make a determination. But I think right now, there's a major misunderstanding here. Okay, and I think I just want everyone to understand that we need to clarify that, so that way there is no hurt feelings. There is no feelings that we're trying to hurt him or hurt you or hurt Wadie or hurt myself. At the end of the day, guys, the focus is a community coming together to support each other, so this doesn't happen tomorrow to you, Oz. And if it does, we'll rally around you too. Wadie, same thing goes for you. So that's just my 2 cents. And like I said, I have to jump off because, like I said, I was on a plane for a long time, and I just got home, and I want to be able to go have supper with the family. But I appreciate it, and I will still continue to listen. But Oz, you are the GOAT. Wadie, you are great. Dead Daddy, you are a man. Okay, you are a master at what you do, and I wish everybody a lot of love and blessings because at the end of the day, that's what's needed. All right,
Hey,
brothers?
thank you, California Joe. I appreciate you coming on the show, and I agree with everything you said. I want the record to show that I did question Dead Daddy about many of these things prior, maybe worded a little bit differently. But yeah, I already drilled him, so he knew what to expect from me.
All right, guys. Listen, have a great evening. Have a great weekend. Okay, and I'll be listening to you guys from as I always do.
All right, thank you,
All right, take care,
thank you for your
Joe.
kind
Much
words.
love, bro.
All right.
Yeah, no, see, I apologize, if I'm too straightforward. If by any chance I disrespected your show or anyone, I do apologize.
Well, I mean, sometimes when this because like we had talked about what we were gonna do on the show, but I was just so busy I didn't really give you a list of questions or anything yet, and that's probably falls on me. So don't pay too much mind to it. It is what it is. It happened, but like I said, and I'm sure you would say as well, as we come from a place of respect and understanding, right? Would you agree with that? This all comes from a
Yes,
place of respect.
100%.
Yeah,
Yes.
and I'd asked these questions already. Okay, um, there nothing new was brought up. Okay, so I think maybe more or less you may have taken a little bit of a low blow, but I understand why. So it is what it is. Let's let it be water under the bridge. There's no reason to create um, tension, especially amongst creators. Like California Joe said, we are a community. We need to be working for each other here and uplifting each other. And that was the whole purpose of this. But unfortunately, sometimes the hard questions have to be asked and they have to be addressed. And I wish that it had gone down a little bit differently. Did not happen the way I expected it to. And that's why I was very careful and tried to explain that, like, hey, don't take this the wrong way. Um, he knows how I am. Okay. Everybody here in the chat that watches this show knows knows how I am, that when I investigate things, I ask the difficult questions. But I did not intend to be mean or anything like that. And these questions were already asked. These questions were already asked. He already knew what where I was going with this, So, thank you, TikTok seller. Appreciate you. Yeah, I deep dive into things and I ask the tough questions. That's why my audience watches this show, is because I'm not afraid to do what needs to be done, not just in the name of journalism, but in the name of the community, the people that watch the show. They're the ones at the end of the day that suffer when there's wrongful information put out. They're the ones, okay? So,
Yeah, Jose, there's a question for you.
yeah.
Since this is your show, Real XRP Wifey said, I'm interested to know what were the questions.
What were the questions? God, I have a whole list of them. I asked him. I had a whole list. I drilled him. The first time I spoke with him, I drilled him on everything.
Yeah, and
But the
just to be
questions were
clear,
addressed on the live. So
oh, go ahead.
if you missed the question, okay, you can watch these lives. They're recorded and uploaded to YouTube. They should be on by about midnight tonight. Okay, so all the questions are there in the live. Go ahead, Wadie.
Oh no, my thing is, like I said, honestly, I didn't have no ill intention. I don't have any ill intention. Just like you, I'm the type of guy, I am based on truth and facts. And if I see something questionable, then yes, I will ask. And then what makes it worse is the person's reaction in this case. It does more harm than good when you react a certain way instead of just being professional about it. And, as we say, handle things like a man.
Yeah. I tried to be very professional, very sensitive, because I get it. It's a very sensitive thing to have those types of questions thrown at you. And that's why I I was very careful of the way I asked the question. And I want to be very professional here. This is a professional show here. We are a news media outlet, okay? And, you know, I I didn't want him to feel like he was being attacked. That's why I phrased it like I did, and I, let him know, like, hey, here comes the hardball, and he knows. He knows, man. The questions I asked him in private were way, way more critical and deeper into what was going on. Okay, and I feel like I softballed him. All right, I really do. Nothing but love to Dead Daddy. Okay, like I said, I'm going through my own legal battles for breaking NDAs on this show. Okay, I got removed from TikTok for 9 days for breaking my NDA, but it needed to be done because it was the right thing to do. And it was not an attack whatsoever. And I tried to make that very clear. And I hope that he sees it that way. But as to what you said about how he responded to the question, it's normal human behavior if you feel attacked, it's a fight or flight adrenaline type thing. I don't see that as anything negative whatsoever. It's just natural, very natural for people to want to defend themselves. And that's why before I said any of these questions or anything, he would know where I was coming from and what could potentially be thrown at him. And I didn't want to ask the questions without him present on the live out of respect, because a man should be able to defend himself in the face of something like that. That it would have been very wrong to divulge any of this information without him present. So now I made sure of that. I alerted him to it. I gave him the opportunity to come on the live. I invited him to come here today because originally, Wadie, I wasn't even going to talk about this, but things were reaching a conclusion with the White Rock thing, and you were coming on, and I felt like it was appropriate. It was never an intention to use you as a way to gang up on him whatsoever. If he feels that way, or if anyone feels that way, it just naturally occurred this way. And you're asking the same questions I've been asking, and I think they are valid questions to be asked. And you and me are not the only ones asking those questions. There's definitely at least a group of people asking these questions, and they needed to be answered so that we could finally move on from this story, because I'm sure most of the chat is just white rocked out. I know I am. And I jumped into this as support for Dead Daddy, just like California Joe had said it was meant to be a support group. I spent a lot of money out of my own pocket to get to the bottom of these things, because not just for Dead Daddy, but for the people. Because the people, they're, at the end of the day, the shows aren't about you and me as creators. They're about us as a crypto community. Crypto Slayer wants to come up. Did you have anything you want to elaborate on that, Wadie?
Yeah, I was gonna say, don't let Slayer talk. He's trouble.
We'll give him a chance. No trouble here, Crypto
No, I'm
Slayer. Nothing
kidding.
but
What's
love.
going on, Slayer?
No, I know I jumped in late, and I think a lot of people are just confused because it sounds like that last question was the question that kind of, I mean, I wasn't here from the beginning, so I can't speak from the beginning, but I just would like to clarify. It just kind of seems like that last question about that other live with the other content creator um, just seemed like it was, to me, coming into the live was reaching for, I don't know if they were, you said it was like a publicity stunt. Here's the thing, brother. I don't know how long you've been in the space. I'm a little guy in the space. I don't really even consider myself a journalist, a content creator, an influencer, all of those titles. I come on the space because I want to say something and get answers to stuff. When I hold my lives, I'd have 100 plus people in my life, bro. When the markets are down, I'm gonna tell you, viewerships go down because nobody likes to look at their portfolio. That's just the name of the game. And so if I think that was a stretch for whoever's live who was going to go on. I don't want to mention people's names because I'm not that person. But if they were reaching to get more gifts or more viewers or followers, people are going to follow you for your content, your personality, your creativity. No matter what you're saying, you can shill a meme coin and people will follow you if you shill a meme coin and you have that charismatic personality that you can relate to your audience. That's the vibe in the space. So I just wanted to say that a lot of people were saying they were kind of confused on what the hard questions were. The only hard question that I got was that last one, and that's where he kind of took offense that why would I go do that? I've jumped on Dead Daddy's lives. He's never brought me on a panel. I love the guy, but here's the thing: he would have 200, 300 people on his live, and viewerships are down because portfolios are down. It's not a publicity stunt. Everybody wants to get 100 plus people on their lives. They want to get their gift gal. If you're monetizing your situation, then that's your goal is to monetize your situation or your influence or your creativity with your community of people that go when you go on live. So I just saw that last question. It I think kind of rubbed them the wrong way because that was a stretch to me in my eyes that they would do it for publicity stunt. Who is going to be a guest on or whoever he's not. I'll pop into everybody's live, give you some gifts, say hi, and even if I got a few minutes, I'll jump like I've been on in your live. Waddy, I go on your lives almost daily. I'll go on to Dead
Yes,
Daddy's
sir.
live. But everybody's viewerships are down, so I think that was a stretch.
Yeah, well,
I
that's
wasn't here for
something
the
that
very
I had
hard question
stated,
again.
Crypto Slayer, is that everyone's viewership is down, especially in this space for sure. Um, and I addressed that and basically said everything you said. I get what you're saying about that question. It was it was a tough question, and I tried to ask it in the nicest way I could. When I spoke to him privately, I did not ask it as nicely, that's for sure. And that's because that's what I do as a journalist is I ask the tough questions. But I did not, blindside him. I want everyone to know that. Um, so that's the main thing here is and do I believe that to be true? I'm not going to speculate on that whatsoever, but the community is asking those questions. And my job is to get the answers to the questions. And I felt like coming out and asking, he'd been asked before, he knew how I was going to be. I drilled him hard, okay? Um, and I'm not here to do a softball interview or anything like that. That wasn't what it's about. it is about supporting other creators, but it's also about getting the answers to the tough questions. The answer could have been easily just no, I would never do that. But obviously, like I said, it's an adrenaline thing, it's a fight or flight thing, it's just human nature. I get it. Um but I in no way blindsided him. Uh and I wanted to make sure that I asked the question not without him present in front of the community, because it did not feel like the right thing to do without him there to defend himself.
Okay, so the only thing I gotta say, OZ, and from my honest opinion, I don't think you did anything wrong whatsoever. You mentioned you are a journalist, right? So, what is the main job of a journalist? Is to bring out the facts and the truth. So, my issue became an issue when he started getting worked up and started seeing it like we were literally setting him up for an attack. And that to me, it's like, look, man, not for nothing, but yeah, you could kind of say I am from the ghetto, and we say if you cannot handle the heat, you gotta get out of the kitchen.
Jesse, did you want to come up and say something? It sounds like you got something to say. You want me to mic you? But yeah, nothing was intended to be, an attack. The never was intended to be an attack, and when I had drilled him on all this stuff prior, I had questioned myself as a creator if I should even ask that question in public. However, as a journalist, I felt like it was what I needed to do, that it was the right thing to do, and that if it wasn't true, it would be brought to light. It would give him the opportunity to answer the questions that I'm not the only one asking that question. It is a massive community here of people that are wondering these things. All right, Jesse, I'm going to bring you up on mic. Go ahead.
Okay, so I think people are really misunderstanding. We have to ask questions that are uncomfortable. And it's not because, oh, we don't like this or that or whatever. A question that kept popping up because we talk to different people and give them the scenario, and they are like, well, it sounds like this. Well, what makes it sound like that? And unfortunately, the word publicity stunt came up a lot. And we were like, okay, well, which side? And we were like, we'll ask him because he's going to know. I mean, his answer will be like, no, not at all. Why would I do that? And unfortunately, he was a little hostile, and I get it. Emotions run high. But what people aren't understanding, the other side to that question is he might be in a publicity stunt and doesn't even know it. They might be promoting this. They're reposting his posts about saying negative things about White Rock. White Rock is reposting his posts. So if he's not part of that publicity stunts, they made him the publicity stunt. They're using his anger towards them and all of that to either promote themselves and show people don't come after us. But the whole point was we kept getting that question. It sounds like a publicity stunt, but who's the one uh, delegating it? And that was why we had to ask that question. It's not um, personal. None of the questions in journalism are personal because they're just not fun questions to ask, and that's fine. And I get why he was upset, but we also have to take in consideration when you make a puzzle, you need all of the pieces. You don't get a whole puzzle if pieces are missing. So that's all I wanted to say. It's not, personal, and we've been doing everything we can to make sure that his story is heard and important because we don't want this to happen to other creators as well.
Thank you, Jesse. Um, but yeah, someone in the chat said you could ask them better. I'd go back and rewatch the show, man. I tried to be as respectful as possible. Um, what's up, Mega? How you doing, buddy? Glad to have you on the show, man.
What's going on, man? Can you guys hear me fine?
Yeah, you sound a little
What's
quiet, but
going
you're
on,
good.
Mega?
What's going on? What's up, Wadie? What's up, Crypto Slayer? There's so many names that start with crypto,
Good
or have
evening, brother.
the word crypto in the name, my name included, where I just have to click on a person's name to make sure. Um, I've been here since I got in, I would say 15 minutes before that Daddy came up. So I heard, the whole conversation with him, but then also, a chunk before. And I would say I don't think it's bad, the questions that you asked. I think you did your work as far as asking the right questions. It's just the matter of how they were asked, you know what I mean? And like technical analysis, this is what we talk about all the time, right? Everything's information, right? Everything's an indicator, and information telling us what like things are living. And I think for this type of a setting, it's usually more of a relaxed setting, as far as like, winging things. If people hop up, it's more of just, it wasn't really super planned. But I understand that you actually created this entire show today specifically for this topic and for the case of also bringing him up to talk and stuff like that. But just my personal view is there's different ways you can say things. You can say the same thing, but how you say it is different. Each time I could tell somebody I love them, but I can show them it instead of just saying it, or I can show them it and say it. I can just say the words and kind of walk away. There's different ways how we can say things and do things. Not like I said, I don't think that you guys did a bad thing of asking the questions you asked. I think where I saw the shift, the person just like kind of watching from the outside looking in, is as soon as I think you guys started kind of like, and I'm not saying this is like, I would say it could have been worded better, is what I could say, as far as like saying like he's kind of like a nobody in the space. And I don't agree with that. I don't think he's nobody in space. And I know that you don't think he's technically a nobody. And I don't think that anybody thinks that anybody's a
So,
nobody in here. But I think that that kind of struck a chord with him when that was said, and I saw his face kind of shift. And I would personally be a little upset if somebody said that to me too. And so that's kind of just outside looking in, where I saw kind of that shift of where it went to more of the defensive
so,
side of things.
so, Mega, that was actually me that said it, and since you was here, you saw that I was trying to be as nice as possible to
No,
rephrase
100%.
it.
I do
Yeah,
agree with that.
but
I don't
yeah,
think that you were
but
trying to be malicious. I just think that that's where the
yeah,
shift was.
yeah. So, but that's what I'm saying because, man, I mean, I've been in this space long enough, Mega. I hung around with all the bigger content creator. If people believe me or not, that's just their problem, right? So when I said that, I mean, like, I am pretty sure, like, and I know projects and scammy projects and all of
Yeah,
that. But when you look at the viewership that the content creator in this fact is that daddy that he's getting, which is not even that much. When you look at the followers, which is not even that much, then you do kind of question, well, why would they pick on you at all people? Because you're not
yeah,
getting that attention. One thing about projects, because I have been sponsored by them in the past, the one thing projects want to know, how many viewers are you getting? How
yeah, exactly.
much engagement are you getting? Am I correct?
I 100% agree that your motive and your mentality as far as like how like why you even questioned it or somebody said, I don't think it was bad. I really don't. I would have probably said something similar, but I'm just saying for him, it seemed like that's where a shift was. I'm not trying to speak on his behalf. I didn't talk to him at all.
Yeah,
After this,
yeah,
whatever.
but I get
I'm
it.
just saying, just listening in and watching and kind of seeing the facial expressions. That's just where I saw a shift. And so I'm not saying you guys are right or wrong. I'm just saying that's where I saw it. And everyone reacts differently. Like what you said, like when the pressure's on, especially if you kind of get questions, or maybe he did know the questions. Like what Austin was saying. Maybe he shared those questions a while ago or talked with them privately or whatever. But I think maybe even having like a segment of just like preparing, like, hey, we're about to jump into these questions, and here's the list of questions that I actually gave to this person, and I'm going to read them verbatim, and they know exactly what they're going to be asked, or something along those lines. I think might be an approach where, it. I don't know. That's just my personal opinion. Do whatever you want. It's your show, It's
Yeah.
and
But
I
Mega,
enjoyed the conversation. I think it's good that you guys are digging into it though.
Mega, at the end of the day, respect is a big thing. So we do need to be respectful of each other. But that question was a question that I had asked him prior that he knew we were going to ask,
Yeah.
So, and like when I had addressed it, I told him, I was like, I tried. I said, no slant at you about this, but like there are other creators, um, that they could have singled out, and I also gave my speculation as to that. My answer to that question is maybe it was because he didn't have a major agency supporting him or something, and that it was
Yeah.
the
I
perfect
completely agree.
person to single him out. So
Even he agreed with that too,
yeah,
and like he was even agreeing with that too, and that's why I'm saying, I'm like, listening in, I don't think you guys asked the wrong questions. I think you're doing a great job, to be honest. But I'm just saying the way he received it. I think, it's like when you're talking with somebody, especially like a spouse or a significant other. It's like you could say something, but it's like, what did they actually hear? You know what I mean? And so I'm thinking more of the psychological side of it rather than the actual factual questions in the moment, but more so where that shift happened, where maybe he felt a little more defensive and like, I don't want to be here for this. Um, and I would be a little offended too myself, if someone was saying those things about me. It's just a natural reaction, like you said before, to want to defend yourself.
I I
And so
I,
that's just my personal opinion. Do whatever you want to do with it, but
I
just
agree with
sharing my
you
thoughts.
100%. And I tried, and that's why I took a few pauses before and tried to assure him, like, hey, like we're in your court, like, but these questions are being asked. We need to get them answered. Um, but yeah, you're right. People don't want to be asked the hard questions, and it's just human nature. And
I don't,
I think
yeah.
you're I think you're right.
Even when you
Like,
ask me questions about book stuff, I'm sorry to interrupt, but you brought me up to talk about my book the
yeah,
other day, and even then, it's still like, oh, he's asking me questions about this. I need to make sure that I know what to say.
yeah,
Like even then, even if it's something or that's not even like controversial, like sometimes for me, I just get nervous.
yeah.
But anyway, what were you saying?
I forget.
Sorry.
Oh, I remember now. I remember. Uh, you know, I agree. You know, with maybe rewording things, but in hindsight's 2020. And like you said, when you're on the spot up here, even I'm on the spot asking that question. I'm like, how do I say this in a
Yeah.
way that I don't agitate him or hurt his feelings, or you know what I mean? It's like, so it's actually it's difficult to be asked the hard questions. It's also difficult to be the person on the other end
I
asking it
agree,
as
man.
well. And it's very hard, and these questions were not fun, easy
No, it's not easy.
questions.
Not easy.
Yeah, and chat, I want you all to know this, that like I tried very hard to ask these questions in the most respectful way, because I do respect Daddy, just as a creator, what it takes to be a creator and what it takes that you go through, the emotional, um, just and everything about it is very draining on you mentally to do this. And Omega, I'm sure you know that. Wadie, I'm sure you know that. Any creator here is going to agree with that sentiment. there are times where I literally break down in tears because of one dude in the chat. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
It's difficult. It's very difficult.
Look, I don't think that, and this is just my personal opinion, obviously, my own speculation, talking for technical analysis, is I don't think that Dead Daddy has any kind of ill will or any kind of intent to do anything to deceive people. I just think that in the moment, and um, I don't think he was necessarily acting narcissistic. I just think that he was feeling pressured, especially maybe insulted in that moment. And
I
along
agree.
with that, I would feel in that moment myself. I would be like, "Dang, man, I came on to just have a conversation and answer some questions.
Right.
Feeling
That's
like I'm
why
being insulted now.
I never even addressed the narcissism part, and my goal in this show is I don't take any stance. Um, I will speculate on circumstances and what so on and what for, whatnot. But you'll never know where I lie on this one. Um, so that's the whole purpose of this show is it's up to the viewer to make that decision. We actually had a back and forth with the fact checker and one of the people in the chat, a longtime viewer, where we had some disagreements, and they were like, "You need to take a side, and you need to do this." And I'm like, "That's not what I do. I'm not here to take a side.
Yeah,
I'm here to give you the information, and you pick your side."
yeah, yeah. I'm not about like forcing people into like submission. Like, you have to choose this, and that's why I'm also coming on here. And I appreciate you bringing me up. It's I don't care how many followers I have or anybody else has. It's your show, it's your platform, your community, and so I want to. And so that's why I'm also trying to say the things I'm saying in a way where I'm still respecting you and your platform and your community, while also just at least sharing what I kind of saw from the outside looking in. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, dude. I'll tell you what, Mega. When it comes to being a creator, you are my mentor. Um, I will always digress to whatever Mega says. Mega is the gentleman of the crypto space for sure. And we talked about this before, man. Like, there were a few times where I was having a hard time with, dealing with bad actors in the chat and stuff. And I reached out to you, and I didn't. You were live when I reached out to you, and I hopped into your live, and you answered the question before I could even answer it. And I really respect you, by the way. Maybe I
I
put you on a
appreciate the
pedestal or
tremblance.
not, but dude, nothing but respect to you,
Tear me
man.
down. Say something mean about me now. It has to be a sandwich.
Mega likes to eat cookies, a lot of them.
That is actually a very downside about me because I always crave them. I'm not even joking. Most days is a struggle just to get without having a cookie.
That's
Well,
awesome,
the
man.
first time I met Mega, I got a message, "Hey, how's your training going?" And yeah, you
Let's
know
stop
how
me.
that went.
It's not me. did
I
you
was
did you show me
actually
all your
lucky
crypto to
enough.
invest?
I was lucky enough to get Mega to actually message me before the fake Mega because I'd have been talking to the wrong guy.
I think that's one of the biggest downfalls of TikTok right now, and I think it's like my conspiracy. Do whatever, just kind of let it all be, and then they just kind of have the overall statistic numbers to kind of push out there and get people to invest and whatnot. So I think that's kind of one of the biggest downfalls is people can impersonate anybody, and there's so many people getting scammed.
Yeah.
There could literally be a class action lawsuit being formed right now if we really want to.
Ooh, get me on. Sign me up. I
I'm
just
not going
got
to
my check
organize
from
that.
the forum, dude. I'll take it.
No, but I really do appreciate you guys. Waddy, I do appreciate your honesty. I know you like to connect or
No,
less
no,
than
Mega,
mentality on my
look,
end.
you don't have to even explain yourself, bro, because one of my biggest issue is that I am brutally honest, bro. I have zero tolerance for bullshit, and I'm sorry, I don't mean to curse, and scams and all of that. So that's
Yeah,
why I am the way I am, bro.
no,
But
I completely
no
understand that.
need. You could have, you're right. I should have try to find the way to not make him feel like, hey, you are a nobody in this space. Even though I did tell him with all the content that he's creating, he's going to be a big influencer.
Yeah,
So,
I
yeah,
understand that, and
once again, I
I
messed up there
sorry.
probably.
No, I definitely agree with you, and I know both of you like both set it up where you were just like, please understand, this is not trying to be mean, not trying to come across as trying to hurt your feelings or whatever, and I completely understand that. I'm just saying that even if somebody said all those things to me, and then followed it up with what they was said, I would still be offended.
Yeah. And
I'm
it
just
was
saying,
never my intention to bring him on here to for us to
Yeah.
like um jump on him, like team up against him or anything like that. And I feel I feel like that's more or less maybe what he might have felt. I never intended that, and I probably should have. Even today, he
Yeah.
he didn't agree to come on the show. I was like, "Hey, I want you to come on the show. We're going to talk about everything we talked about, and it's all going to come out today. Not all of it, but most of it." And I was like, "I want you to be there because it's important that you're there to, to defend yourself and be a part of it and tell your
yeah,
side of the story." And I hope he doesn't feel like I set it up for us to attack him, because I had no intention for that. And I feel like I didn't attack him, but I understand, his feeling in it, but it was never an intention.
OC, it's okay, man. Just put the blame on me, bro. Don't worries. It's all good.
Unfortunately, because it's my live, it falls on me.
Yeah, no, all good, man.
that's
It
good.
falls on me.
You ever read the book? What's it called? No, I have to open it up. I'll be right back. I'm gonna open it up real quick to see what book it is.
Speaking of books, I got this book right here I'm reading right now. I've read it like probably like 20 times. This is a psychology textbook from Harvard University from 1968. Ooh, this thing is good, man. If you want a good read, if you like science and stuff like that, it's mostly like science experiments and stuff. You won't see
What
this.
book is it?
This is psychology from Harvard University
That's just
from
that's just a
1968.
textbook,
Yes, and
dude.
he,
Just a straight up textbook.
um, they don't talk about this stuff in universities anymore. And these textbooks have been completely like changed now. And man, there's
Hmm.
some really controversial stuff in there. It's a lot of like animal testing and stuff. I love animals, but I also love information. Um, so, but definitely a rabbit hole for sure. Jump down that one.
um, the book that I was talking about is called Extreme Ownership. It's by Jocko Willink, and he was a Navy SEAL. And the premise of the book is him sharing his life, and then also like his work within the Navy SEALs and whatnot, SEAL Team 6, I believe it was, and just as the leader, no matter what happens, is the ability to take full ownership even when it sucks, And then you're just like, it is what it is, and it completely starts to shift things in a lot of people's lives when you start to do that. Take ownership for why are my bills not paid, or why is this happening, why is this person mean to me, you know what I mean? And there's always reasons we come up with, as to pointing the finger, and the book talks about basically pointing the finger back at yourself. What could have I done differently, or what can I do different next time? Adapt to the situation and overcome it like a Navy SEAL would.
That's
And a really cool
exactly
book.
how I look at it right now. Is you know, no matter who said what, the blame falls on me. It's my life, and I'm learning. I'm new to this content creation stuff. I've only been around a couple months, and as much as we've been blowing up so quickly is just fascinating to me. But yeah, it's a learning curve for sure.
Yeah, exactly. It's all learning. It's all information, and you're doing a great job, though. I think you're
Thank
doing
you.
a great job, honestly.
With a lot of topics. And look, man, I honestly, and just so the audience know, OC invited me to the show. I did not even know that Daddy was gonna be up here. I thought it was a solo interview. That's what I thought. So, just to be clear, this was not a planned situation
Yeah.
or anything
Yeah.
like that.
As far as I knew, Dead Daddy wasn't coming on either. He told me that he wasn't going to be able to make it, but he would be listening.
Mm.
So, and then he jumped up.
Oh, it's
Hey guys.
Bullish Babe.
Hey,
Hey
Bullish
guys.
Are
Babe.
you
How are you?
dancing on top of your desk?
Sitting on top of my desk right now. I'm laying on the couch in pajamas. Totally
Where's
opposite.
Cosmic? Let's make it a party. Where's Cosmic at?
I know. You know what? I'll invite him right now. I don't know if he's up, but I'll invite him. I just wanted to say something. You know, when Mega was talking about, the TikTok and how many copycats there are and stuff like that. You know, we're in a space that we think we know each other, but we really don't. And I think at the end of the day, you have to ask those hard questions. And I scenario that they did, and watching this whole thing unfold, they're getting a lot of publicity from all of this. And what I was saying in the chat is that, when you get bad publicity, and you have a lot of strong followers, all that does is it makes your strong followers double down, right, and defend you.
Exactly.
And I think that's what it did. It made them all double down. And so it was not a dumb move on their part to utilize this publicity to do that.
And that's
Yeah.
exactly what Jesse was stating is like the question, is that why did even White Rock post what he had posted on their website? It was all publicity, and I don't want to take a side. Okay, that's not what I do, but it was very thought provoking and raised a lot of questions of why they did that. And I think you're right. I think that they you know what they say, no publicity is bad publicity, but whether
No,
it's positive or
it isn't.
negative, it's good.
Yes.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
I think that they knew that their defenders were going to double down, right? And all that does is, it actually exacerbates their followers to go out and make public all of this stuff to make it look like, they're calling us a scam or whatever. And I think at the end of the day, that's what this did, and it's unfortunate that he felt like you were attacking him or anyone else was, but I feel like it was good for those questions to be asked at the end
Mm.
of the day, because I feel like crypto is a very like uncertain place, right? Um, and there's a lot of people behind the curtains that don't show their face and are anonymous, and
Hey.
a lot of yeah, and a lot of project teams, right, that don't do that as well. And I think when you have that, you have got to dig deeper, you know.
Yeah,
So,
Bullish, and to
hey,
your
Wad,
point, hi.
hi.
To your point, yeah. It's funny because when I had a private conversation with Joe, but obviously I'm keeping it private, and that was one of the things that I did mention. I was like, well, Joe, you know what they say about publicity, right? Good or bad is still publicity. So I'm not trying to accuse anyone of anything, but we just never know at the end.
Yeah.
And the other thing that I was gonna say is I've been in the space long enough. I funded meme coins project. Right now, I'm funding freaking CBCN from time to time. I don't see their team reaching out to me. Hey, come find out what is our project about.
I'm
And the
doxing
reasons
myself right now, but
why,
my last name is Futter.
what happened?
But that's the thing, is like at the end of the day, if the team isn't coming back, you kind of know it's, and again, I don't want to get into any big thing, but if you kind of know that something is going on when a team doesn't come back and send somebody who is in press out, right, for a big project like this and actually answer the questions that are being asked. And that has not happened yet, as far as I'm concerned, right?
I think
100%. And the questions I'm in contact directly with White Rock, they will not answer any of my questions on any of their official um, emails or websites linked to um, them officially. They will only talk to me through middlemen and like telegrams and things like that. And I keep telling them, I'm like, look, I want to get the questions answered and everything, but it has to be on the record. It has to be official. Like otherwise, it's nothing. And it's just been a runaround
I
with
mean, that's
them.
telling, right? Yeah,
Yeah.
that's telling for sure.
I just wanted to say I do agree with you, Bullish, babe, because for myself, I like to stay anonymous, and it has been a tough journey as far as like building the trust. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
I've been in this since 2020, as far as like creating stuff for crypto and stuff like that. Started over on X, did that, built it up to like almost 3,500 followers or so, and then I stopped doing that for a couple of years because of like health stuff in my family, and then started doing this in November. And for me personally, I was just like, how do I build that trust with people? Not so I can sell them something or do something, to try to gain anything necessarily, but just so they can feel safe in the community. And I think the more influence you start to have, the more you have to almost like, not that you have to dox yourself, but the more you have to really prove yourself in the community as far as being a person who's willing to take some hard hits, take some hard
Yeah.
questions, and really be as transparent as possible. And so it's like, if I'm not showing my face, if I'm not sharing my name and where I'm at and stuff like that, what other ways can I still create that connection with people? And so one of the things I do is create free things, free resources or videos just trying to help people and stuff, that live streams, just teaching people things and stuff. And so it could only make up so much of it, but especially when it comes to, my point is this, is when it comes to companies that are actually creating crypto and solutions, I think the amount of transparency there should be beyond reproach.
Is huge.
It
Yeah.
you should be able to look at a company and say, I don't even need to go talk to them. I already have all the answers. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, I mean, the thing that I've said before is I think that it's really funny. I mean, I right now own three businesses that I run, and I think that it's funny in crypto that people don't treat crypto projects like businesses, and
yeah,
they don't. And I think that that is something that needs to change in crypto, because there are so many projects out there that are allowed to operate like they're not businesses, that it's a problem in crypto, and it's
100%.
actually kicking people out of our space, because they're not operating the same way that a regular business would operate. And why do we allow them to do that? I don't understand, you know.
I think that creates an avenue. That's a void right there, right? That creates an avenue
Yep.
for, if you are willing to be that person who is transparent and has a project that really has a solution, or maybe
Hmm.
you're just like reaching out to companies saying, "Hey,
Thanks, Francesca.
you need to be transparent, and I'm willing to be a person that helps you to do that." Almost like a consultant type of deal to help people to be more transparent as companies. I don't think they would really care about that, but that is a void, whatever way you want to approach it, because it's proven to be very taken advantage of right now with
And it's
scams and
interesting. I think,
schemes.
yeah, and I think a lot of projects have been able to hide behind, the fact that there's not clarity in regulation, and so that's why they're doing it. And I think that that's what's so important about clarity and regulation in the space. If we have that, then these companies and these projects can't hide behind that excuse anymore. And I think that that's really important that we get that.
100%.
Yeah.
No,
Let me
that
ask.
is 100%. But guys, OC, thank you so much. Bullish, has been a pleasure.
You too.
Mega, likewise.
Yeah,
I
Wadie.
actually
You
have
too,
my
man.
best friend
Thank
over
you for
here. He
coming.
came all the way from Texas, and we're
Oh,
supposed to go out and enjoy.
Have
Hey, thank you
fun.
for coming on, Wadie. I
Thank you.
appreciate you coming on.
You're a G if you're going out at 10:30 at night, Waddy.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he's going out
hey,
in his
well, you'd be
BMW.
surprised. I'll post
Paint
the
the town.
videos. You guys see. You know what we did yesterday? So my wife went to a concert, and me and Ken and his two brothers were all best friends. We grew up together. We went to pick her up, right, from the concert. So we were all hungry. You want to know where we was at 3 a.m.? In freaking IHOP.
I was gonna say, was it Taco Bell or IHOP? So
No, no, it was IHOP. So, but hey guys, I appreciate y'all. Love ya.
have a good
OC,
night.
once again, I apologize, bro. I didn't mean to, make things worse. And I appreciate you, brother. Have a good one.
I appreciate you too, and
Bye, Waddy.
I I'm I mean I'm not upset at you, but I just want everyone to know I never intended anything to happen like this, and I'm learning. I'm learning here too, and I'm going to count this as a good learning experience because this won't be the only time that we're asking tough questions and doing things,
Exactly.
but the responsibility does lie on me. I definitely know that in the future I will probably be jumping in at that point to squash that sooner. And I didn't want to interrupt anybody and then cause more tension, but I realized that that may have not been the right direction to go. But I am learning here. So please, chat, Dead Daddy, everyone, creators, do bear with me. I do apologize. I am looking to, hone my skills here as a creator because I am new. We've only been around a couple
I think you
months.
apologize more than enough towards Dead Daddy. I think you
Yeah,
apologize more than enough. I don't think you
I
need
do
to.
too. Yeah, I do too. And I think at the end of the day, like, there are emotions that are running high here.
Yeah,
Obviously, like feels like he's been slighted, which I tend to agree. But I think when you're in an interview and you're a journalist trying to get the truth out, when you do that, um, sometimes emotions on the other side take over, and I think that's probably what happened. And it's not the fault of anyone. It's just the heat of the conversation that's
it's
going on
all
right now.
Waddy's fault. It's all
Yeah,
Waddy's fault.
not blame him
Yeah,
It's
now.
I
not. He
He's
can't
gone.
talk.
I feel like it would have went better if it was just me and him one on one, but I could not get him to get on here. Like, and I'm not gonna lie, I was a little frustrated. I'm like, man, I spent a lot of time, money, and resources paying a full staff. We worked overnight, 24 hours straight, to get information for his live. That was like the next day, so that we would be prepared and everything. And it cost me a lot of money to cover and do this story, but I could not get him to just come on, and then he even said that he wasn't coming on, and then he showed up. Like, I don't know.
Like a phantom.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
it's
but I think for him, it's like a safety thing now, right? You've got this
Yeah,
really, I have to be careful what I say here,
I
but
know, right?
you've got this, yeah, right? You've got this company that obviously felt comfortable enough to fly him out and know what they were going to put him through when they did it. And so for me, I think there is like a piece of this that is like a safety issue as well.
I agree with that 100%. Like, and that's why I tried to tread so lightly on this one, because like I said, I'm in a similar legal boat because of being a content creator, breaking my NDA. I got removed from TikTok for 9 days. Like, I know how that feels, and yeah, you get very not just defensive, but like, um, it, what's the word I'm looking for? But like, you don't want, you got to tread lightly and be careful about everything you say, everything you do, everyone you talk
Yeah,
to, because
walking on eggshells.
yeah,
Yeah,
exactly. And
absolutely.
so I don't hold it against him at all the way he reacted. I mean, I probably wouldn't have reacted the same way, but I think the average human, that's a normal response. Very normal.
I didn't even think about that aspect of it, honestly, until you two just talked about it. It was just the aspect of he has people breathing down his neck, so that pressure on top of, maybe feeling like he didn't really get a good shake or whatever. I'm not here to say whether he did or not. I'm just saying, you know, maybe that's your perspective and what caused the reaction. But he's a nice guy, I like him. I have
Yeah,
nothing
I mean,
against him, but
that's the thing. Like he, at the end of the day, like if a project said to you, "Why don't you fly out here so that we can prove that we're not whatever you think we are," and you flew out there and then had to deal with this, at
yeah,
the end of the day, like you'd come back the same way, right? You'd come back confused and angry and emotionally heightened. And I think that's, I feel, I don't know him, but I feel like in every interview, he's been as genuine as possible.
yeah,
Um, and again, I don't know him, and I don't own White Rock. I never even looked into it, to be honest. Um, but I feel like this is a very emotionally heightened ordeal for him,
Yeah,
yeah,
and I
for
mean,
sure.
think about the other people that are in the project that own White Rock, how they feel, because I got a lot of nasty letters from people that hold White Rock. And yeah, those people too, like they don't want something bad to happen to their investments because of somebody talking, and it's just a very, very nasty place crypto is. And that's part of why I started this show, is because I wanted to bring a sense of integrity and professionalism to a den of thieves. I say this all the time, and yeah, it's very difficult when you're in a place where most creators, they have everything to gain from shilling out a coin to somebody, and that integrity is lost somewhere along the way. And that's my goal here, is to build a sense of integrity in my platform so that people will trust me. And the chat here in this show, they trust me because they know I don't take a side, and um, I don't really shill anything. I do the TA and stuff, but like if I find something that I believe in, I'll say, hey, this looks pretty cool. Let's learn about it. But I'm not here to, everybody throw your life savings at it. I'm about, trying to help people grow their financial freedom for themselves and their family for generations to come. And it's about uplifting people and helping people. That's why I give a donation from the show. Every month we raise money, and because it's about building a community and giving back to the community.
Yeah, and I
yeah.
think that's the difference. I've said this on a couple of lives actually. I think this is the difference between content creators in the last cycle and in this cycle, right? In the last cycle, what used to happen is that the content creators would own something and then they would talk about it. And so it wasn't necessarily that they were getting paid for it. They may have gotten paid for it afterwards, but they actually held it and believed in it before they got paid to talk about it. And I think in this cycle, it's very different. The smaller cap um, meme coins, which there are some that are valid, are paying these content creators before they ever have owned the project. They're giving them a huge amount of their supply to shill it and then pump it, and then these creators are dumping it and then also dumping the projects, right? And so it's just very different this cycle. I feel like, especially with like pump fun and everything that's happened, we're just in a different we're in a different crypto world at this point,
Can I
which
ask
is
a
unfortunate.
question here?
Hmm.
I do agree with that as well. Um, by the way, another thought: Den of Thieves. You said that it is a good movie. If you've not seen that movie, by the way,
I have seen that movie. It's a
such a
good
good
movie.
movie, Gerard
Yeah,
Butler.
such a good movie. Yep.
Um, but do you guys know if they're so the basic gist of what you're doing, Austin, is you're laying it all the chips on the table and saying, look, let's just dive into this. Let's see what there is. Let's so everyone knows, not just you, not just a few people, but so that everyone knows. Do you know if there's a website or a resource where that is basically almost like how the Howie, method was done for knowing if something's a commodity or a security. Do we have a resource ready of that where there's different parameters? Does this company have a white paper? Do they have a clear path, with roadmap, but also not just doxing, but like more information about the type of questions you ask personally.
Yeah,
So
so I
yeah,
feel like the oh, sorry, go
uh,
ahead.
Wadie had mentioned one that he used, and I'm gonna reach out to him and find out what that is, and I'll let you know. I don't really know. I've never used it before, so I try to vet my sources. But that's part of why I have 3 journalists here and a fact checker, because we have a right wing, a centrist, and a left wing journalist for a reason, so that we don't create echo chambers. And then we have the fact checker that's separate to sift through those to come to uh, basically, okay, here's what this side's saying, here's what the other side's saying, here's what the middle's saying, here's the facts. And then I take that and I display the facts, and then I give my opinion. And that's why we have the show we have, is because we are sifting through so much FUD. And it's not just in crypto. This is also just financial news in general. And we also cover, the war, because I believe that plays a role in finances right now. So like, there's a lot that we have to dig through here, and that's our purpose. Our purpose is to dig, get the information, give it to you, and then you decide, not me decide for you.
Not to put more stuff on your plate personally, but do you guys already have like a spreadsheet or something along those lines of the ones you've already kind of went through?
What do you mean spreadsheet? Like
Or something, just like different projects you went through, different types of questions you asked, their answers, or the types of resolutions you had for them. Because I would like that personally, like some sort of resource if you're diving into those.
pretty much the only record of it is the shows that are recorded and posted to YouTube.
Okay.
I believe they're on Twitch as well, but that might actually be a good thing to do.
You just gotta be careful how you do that too, so you don't have the companies come after you.
Yeah, that is true. And that's why I'm reading the news from all different sides, and then you decide. But then, I find things in articles where they say, they'll say, oh, inflation is down, it's only up 1%, right? And then we read through the article and it says, well, actually inflation's up 2.4%, but we took out energy and food costs to come to this number. And I'm like, okay, people spend 90% of their income on energy and food. I think that's relevant information to divulge. And they do it this way in order to get the headline that they're looking for, which moves the market in ways that they want it to move and manipulates people. And so like that's basically what I'm doing here, is like we're getting the actual truth.
I mean, there's like, token sniffer that's out there. The problem with those websites is that they're looking at, like check, check, check. Do they have an audit? Do they
It's very surface.
do they have do they have a whitelist? Do they have a blacklist? Is there 95% of their token supply locked up? And at the end of the day, like a company or a project that is trying to fool you or rug you will have all of those things in line. What we're looking for is
100%.
actually, what we're looking for is actually, do you have a roadmap, and have you taken steps on that roadmap? Are you actually functional at this point? And that's the type of indicator that I would like, is something that is a little bit more extensive, as far as, is this project actually doing what they're saying they're going to do? And if they're not going to do that, this is just like smoke and mirrors, which
Here's
a
the
lot of
issue
these
with
projects
that.
are.
Here's the issue with that. Have you ever heard of NewsGuard?
No, I haven't.
Okay, NewsGuard is basically the same thing for the news. It's fact checking, right? And they give things like a rating based off of like how true or how false they are, right? But they claim to be unbiased and factual, but they use the same tactics that the media does in order to press a narrative that works in their favor or what they want to divulge. So what'll happen is an article will come out and say Donald Trump did a backflip on Tuesday at 5 p.m. right, and it'll say false, debunked, right? But then you go and you read the article and it says, no, Donald Trump did not do a backflip on Tuesday at 5 p.m. He did a front flip, you know, and it's like it gets lost because they change one little thing in their headline to make it look as though it lines up with the other headline, but it's misleading to make it look as though the narrative is false when it's actually true. That's the problem.
I mean, and that's why doing your own research in crypto is so important. I know we all want like a fast win. We all want to get in at the bottom and like ride it to the top and become a millionaire overnight. But at the end of the day, most people that are millionaires in crypto did not make it overnight. They actually researched, they got into projects that they not only believed in, but had utility. And then they actually waited and were patient for that to actually go up. And I think that's the problem. We're portraying crypto as something that is an overnight success, like a lottery. And that's not what crypto is.
Agreed.
I'm still waiting for my Safe Moon to go up. I'm just joking.
Yeah.
No,
I'm waiting for my SXT to go up, man.
Safe Moon.
SXT seems promising. No, but the reason why I say it is because I keep my portfolio relatively tight as far as like almost small handful of stuff, you know, and most of the stuff people know what it is. I don't divulge like how much I have of whatever, but just more so like I'm not really in the realm of looking around as much, you know what I mean? So that's why I was curious as far as any kind of resources, or is even if it was just like, Austin, I know I don't want to put more stuff like, because if I share an idea, then your people are probably like, stop telling him different ideas, because then he'll want to do it and then give him more work. Job security. No, but even if it was like releasing an article of like what you did, you know, and I would love to read those, you know, and dive into different projects like that. But don't do that on my accord, you know. I'm just sharing an idea, you know. I like what you're doing, and having it digestible other than just a live stream too is also a nice avenue, just to throw it out there.
I think that's actually a great idea. Jesse's probably ripping her hair out right now because she knows she's going to end up managing it and writing it.
She's been trying to do that forever, right?
And everything needs to be referenced, every sentence,
Yeah, and a link. Well. Yeah, I think that would be a great resource, though. I don't know. I'll think about it. I have a lot on my plate. I think I'm doing about 20 hours a day right now. No, I got like 2.5 hours of sleep last night.
I'm just saying it would be a cool thing, you know.
It would.
Whether it's now or later in the future, you know. I'm interested.
Maybe that's something I could do with the Discord. I just started Discord, and it's just starting to go. I'm doing my TA classes on Discord now. By the way, if anyone wants to sign up for the Discord, make sure you send the link is in my bio for the Discord. And if you want to sign up for the technical analysis classes, either send me a DM on TikTok, or there's a hashtag TA classes sign up on the Discord. Sorry, I didn't mean to do a little PR.
I'm excited to come on your show because you're a TA specialist, and I do a lot of trading. And so it's funny because I think you were in our live the other day and you were like, that's what I'm seeing too. So I'm interested to see what you're seeing in the market.
Yeah, I definitely have a different style, that's for sure.
I do
no
too.
Indicators.
Yeah.
No indicators.
Yeah,
you don't use indicators? I use 3.
I just use like the Stokes. I'm like a pattern seer. I think it's like my ADHD. I can see the patterns, and then I just find confluence, and that's where I trade from. And the indicators actually mess me up if I have indicators on my chart.
I'm exactly the same way. I noticed that about you. That's why when you said the prices, I was like, that's exactly what I'm seeing. And I have that bad ADHD, and I see the patterns, you know. I mean, look at my chart on the live here. It's a massive head and
Yeah.
shoulders. But I guess where I get it is like I see the pattern before it forms. Like Mega will back me up on this
Me
one.
too.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Mhm.
me too. And we were actually trading in the wolf pack today for 2 hours on like the 1 minute. And this guy Phil, who is a really really good trader in the wolf pack and has been trading way longer than I have, we see things the exact same. And so he was writing me tonight because we're both in a SHIB short right now, and he was saying, this is where I see it going. I see it going up, and I'm like, oh my gosh, that's where my entry is. Like we were spot on. It's crazy. I feel like most people in crypto are neurodivergent,
yeah.
you
You
know?
have to be.
So yeah, I think so.
Hey Mega, I got a question for you. Are you
That
seeing
might have an answer.
the head and shoulders, or are you seeing a quadruple bottom here, bro? Because
I
I'm on
am
the fence.
seeing both.
Are
That's
you on
why
the
I've been.
daily?
That's why I've been kind of holding off.
That's why the white
Just
light is on. It's either red, green, or white. If it's white, it's like I have no idea.
honestly, the way I report it is like, look, we have the the left shoulder is a small head and shoulders.
Yeah,
The head is a double top. The right shoulder is a head and shoulders. And
yeah,
altogether, it's a huge head and shoulders.
yeah,
And I was like, it might even be a trap. I was like, we just have to be careful, But it's when you have that much indication going on with patterns. I'm just like, kind of like Roadrunner and Wile E. Coyote. It's just like, is the wall going to be painted? Am I going to just run flat into it? And so I think it's good to keep that in the back of your mind. And that's partially why I always have like that paranoid feeling of like, oh, the whales are after us.
yeah,
you know, just because it's true. It's like so many times we've had good patterns for them. Cup and handles and inverse head and shoulders, and it just gets squashed. And
I'll
now
tell you
we have.
this.
Oh, good.
It's easier for it to go down than it is for it to go up.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah,
And that's I
and
think
oh, go ahead.
a lot of people don't realize that they'll start to like. I mean, how many times have you heard it too, or even Bullish Babe? Like anytime it goes up a little bit, people are like, it's never going back down. I'm like, dude, chill out.
Yeah, people come
Like
into the
it's
live and
obvious.
they're like, oh, it's going up. You said it's going down. I'm like, yeah, it is. Just give it some time. It's gonna go down. I'm like, and like,
Are you guys looking at, is this XRP on the daily? Is that what you guys are
That
looking
looks
at?
like the daytime frame.
yeah, this is the
Or
daytime. I mean, even the week time frame looks
yeah,
the
it's pretty
same.
similar now.
Look at that. That's a head
We
and
have enough
shoulders.
information. I think that's too long as a flag, to be honest with you.
I agree. It's not a flag,
Once it
and
starts to fizzle out after, like before the head and shoulders that we have now, the big one, if it had started going up from there, then I'd be like, okay, maybe it was, some sort of a flag formation. But now that we're going sideways even more,
it's
I feel like that fair
consolidation is
value
what
gap
it
on the
is.
downside.
It's
Yeah.
consolidation on the downside for sure. And I mean, with the time of year it is right now, and with what's going on in the world right now, I'm
Mhm.
leaning towards down, baby. Everything
Yeah.
points to down.
Well, we went up in November. Usually, what happens after you go up is distribution, and then what happens after that?
Yeah,
So
Down.
so are you guys seeing like the double bottom on the hourly though? Like there's a big huge double bottom.
I saw
I
that
don't usually
too.
watch
And that's why I
the
think it'll go to
hourlies too much.
233.
I don't usually watch the hourlies too much. More so just because
233.
I go up to meet the last top pretty much. So a
Yeah.
double, quadruple bottom. Look, I'm down for it if it was to shoot up, but it's always good to keep in mind what we're seeing right now with patterns.
I hope it shoots up. I got to pay the staff here, man.
I think I just think what it looks like is that XRP may have some news. That's what that's what I think right now for the storyline. I think XRP may have some news that's going to take it up before maybe everything else
I don't know. I'm not
on that
feeling that.
1 hour.
I think we're newsed out on this one, and the only news we're going to get is speculation to the case being dropped, but I'll tell you this right now. What we're going to, mark my words, Torres is going to say 60 days. 60 days review.
60 days?
Yep. I don't know if you guys know this about me. I was studying for the bar exam before I decided to be a creator. I don't know what I was thinking, but yeah. That's just the legal process. It's continuance after continuance, and this is what I think. Okay, I know I'm a futter, but this is what I'm thinking here. If XRP was going to be used like a currency, we would need clear regulation on whether or not these currencies, not just XRP, are securities or commodities. And I feel like if that was the direction that they were going, was using these decentralized coins, that would be one of the first things to come out for legislation. But the first legislation that's come out has been stablecoin bill. And they're looking to maybe even revise it to have the Fed be in control of the regulation of stablecoins, which I think is a one-way track to a one world currency. And Mega, I know you're a believer.
I'm a moon boy.
Yeah, you're. Well, I mean, biblically,
cheese,
you're a believer biblically, right?
Oh,
So
I think my next XRP.
oh well,
yes, I am a believer.
I go to Mega to make me believe about XRP. He makes me less bearish, but whether you believe or not, the fact of the matter is there are people that are in control of everything, and they are pushing for these things to happen. So I believe that is the direction that the world is headed, is this one world government, one world currency, and it's about control, not about decentralization. And that makes me a bit biased to this, but I think that the overall goal here is CBDCs and stable coins. And that being the case, what purpose does XRP have? Well, then, because RLUSD can do basically everything that XRP can do, except for it needs XRP to facilitate the gas fees, and it needs it as a liquidity pool. So really, what real value will it have? Because it's going to be like trying to fill a bucket that has no bottom in it. The money doesn't sit in XRP. It flows through it within seconds. Obviously, it will go up if it takes over 14% of SWIFT. I think that's a little outlandish. I don't trust anything Brad Garlinghouse says. But let's just say it does. He has everything to benefit from keeping the price up as long as he can. And I think that the truth is starting to come out about this. People are waking up to this. But there's also a large community, and a lot of social media is pushing the creators that are pushing this coin. So I think that there's that sentiment behind it. So I do believe in the moon cheese, but it gets its value.
I don't think social media. I don't think social media is actually pushing it. I think that there are just so many holders of XRP that the algorithm is picking it up, and that's
that might
why,
be part of it.
as creators, I think as creators,
but
make an XRP video, it's double
XRP
like automatically. And
XRP gets its value
because it's like you have to put that in to bump your algorithm so that people can actually see educational videos. Like
that's true.
I'll
tell you this, the only video I went viral was the one where I said that we're not going to the moon, we're going to Uranus. So and that was it sounded it sounded like but that's actually a bearish term, like you're gonna get effed, so
I don't know, like for me, guys, the chart looks like if we break over that 200, we are on the move. for XRP. And I am not
200?
like an XRP. So if we break that double bottom, we are over the 200, which means a pump for me. And that's just
Oh,
like
are you talking about the
indicator
200
wise.
EMA?
Yeah.
Okay,
Let me pull it up.
I didn't see it on his screen, so I was like, 200 what?
200 EMA.
Okay.
Oh yeah, that's at what?
Well, he has indicators, ladies and gentlemen. He has indicators. There should be an alert going off every time you use them.
That's like the one indicator where when I'm just not sure, I'll take a look at the EMAs.
Yeah. Do you have three?
Because
there?
they're pretty
You have a
much spot
50,
on.
200 in the middle.
If you
Hear me out on this one though. If we break that EMA line, it's coming down to where I say it's coming down to. It's coming down hard. But you know what I see here is, I just noticed this. Look at this. Is that a double bottom?
That's what I was thinking too. When it comes back down to actually hit below that golden box, I think that that's also a setup for end of year pump. You know.
Yeah, November. By November, top
So that's
out.
why I was anticipating for this to actually play out over the next month or so.
Actually, I think I kind of lean with Cosmic on this one. I think September, October is going to be it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Everything got shifted, you know. So
Yeah.
like the peak was when? January. Was it January or was
Yeah.
it December technically?
I would love to prove him wrong. So if you
Me
guys
too.
disagree with
I
me,
need money.
that would be so great.
Just chase that feeling in life.
Yeah.
I know. The question
He's been
is
saying it for so long, and I feel like I'm going to be the target of and I told you so video. So
yeah. And he'll make a good funny one, I'm sure.
big time. It'll involve dancing on a desk. I'm pretty sure. So
That's awesome.
I got to get going, but just some last words I will say for those that are listening in here. I see people saying stuff like, they're tired of crypto. I understand. But just understand that as soon as you get into crypto, you're instantly a target. And that's not just saying that just to say it. It's not, some sort of clickbaity stuff. You instantly become a target as soon as you have a wallet, you sign up for anything, because you are now on the radar of the whales, the large investors, and you're now a liquidity for them. And so if you're able to understand some of those different tactics and whatnot, it's going to help so much. And so the mentality here that I see a lot of right now, especially in this sideways movement, is just people are either bored or they're tired of waiting. And just like good old Warren Buffett says, if you wait long enough, you will most likely end up on top.
Exactly.
Like a lot of the projects, if you're just patient, that's what the whales use, patience. Good, obviously a lot of other things too. But if you just use patience, that's one of the ways that the small guys can win, is just waiting. And that's one of the hardest things, because a lot of people just don't have that patience, or they just need the money or whatever it might be.
Well, we have to also be
is,
careful with that too, because a lot of people bought in at $3.40.
Mm-hmm.
And
yeah, I hear that.
And
I'm talking
many
about
times,
my position, I would guess.
yeah, many times I in a cycle I've ridden it all the way to the bottom, DCA'd all the way to the bottom.
Yeah.
And just hoping for something that never came. And so that's also something we got to be careful of when we're, because we have an obligation to our followers as well.
Yeah, if you didn't get in at like 30 cents or 50 cents like I did.
I'll tell you this.
It's a different
Everyone's
story.
financial situation is different. And that's why I offer the one-on-one coaching, because I don't throw a blanket scenario on how to get rich in crypto. What I do is I formulate a strategy to cater to your specific needs to get you profitable, because there's money to be made on the way up and there's money to be made on the way down. So if you are struggling in crypto and you just say that you're over it, send me a DM or become a deluxe subscriber and send a DM, and we can get you profitable. We have nothing but success stories here from our subscribers, and all of our subscribers resubscribe. That's the big thing here, is they resubscribe because they are making 18-year-old kid is remodeling his parents' kitchen and just got his the remodel all done, and now he's turned his parents on. They're watching the show. So
Awesome.
yeah, that's TikTok seller in there. He says, yes, sir. That's him. So a lot of success stories. So if you are struggling, and not just me, Bullish Babe, Mega Crypto, they're good too. I will give credit where credit's due. If I see that somebody is doing something good and making a difference in the space, and is on point and knows what they're doing, I'm going to give them credit. And I give both of you guys credit for sure.
Thank you.
Now, I've seen it with
Thanks.
my own two eyes, and I think it's important to not just find one creator and stick with that and that's it. It's important to reach out to different creators and educate yourself as much as possible. Do not blindly follow any creator. Get as much information as you can, and that's how you become successful. So everyone, definitely give Mega Crypto a follow, Bullish Babe a follow. I put my stamp of approval on them, 100%.
Thank you. Thank
Of
you.
course.
I appreciate it.
Appreciate you
Thanks
guys.
for having me up tonight.
Yeah,
And appreciate you guys so
thanks, man.
much. Yeah.
I'm gonna have
You
to
guys have a good night.
speed through the news today because we
too.
went way over, but it was a
Good night,
great
guys.
live.
Have a good night, guys.
Good night,
And,
guys.
Good night.
I'll hang out and chat, but have a
Yeah,
good
I
one.
appreciate you guys. Always are welcome on. If you just want to pop in, send me an invite, and you guys are always welcome.
Thanks, man.
Have a good night, Ozzy.
You too. All right. Well, that was an interesting live. I would say definitely maybe our best one ever. I mean, it had some ups and downs, but good entertainment, that's for sure. And thank you to everyone with all the gifts. The gifts are just massive amounts of everything. Thank you to everyone that gave. So much appreciation to everything you guys do. And remember, we have the technical analysis class that will be on Discord. If you are interested in taking the technical analysis class, learn how to read the charts like I do. There are very few creators or people in general that do it the way I do. And it's instantaneous. It's very quick, and time is money. All right. And that's what I want to teach you guys to do. Space is limited, though, because I want to be able to do close interaction with the students, so that way you can learn it very quickly, and we can get you on your way and bring in new people. The idea is not to string you along and milk you for money. The idea is to get you learning, get you profitable, and get you on your way so that we can make room for new people. And so if that's something you want, send me a DM. Also, become a deluxe subscriber or a regular subscriber. Our basic subscription comes with daily price points for XRP, or if I see something that's about to moon, I will put out an alert for it. And I post those. Sometimes they go out at like 3 in the morning. So we also have the email alert system. If you sign up now, it's free for the rest of the month. It is $1.99. But it pays for itself. Everything that I offer, I try to put it at a value where it will pay for itself quickly, because I understand a lot of people don't have a lot of money or they've already lost money in this space. The idea is to get you profitable and get you profitable quickly, so that the bull run doesn't come and bite you in the butt, okay? Because if you run with the bulls, you get the horns, man, if you don't know what you're doing. Definitely recommend that to anyone that's interested in that. Let's get into the news, huh? We'll kind of speed read through these because we got about an hour. I think we can do it. So Coinbase secures EU crypto license, swapping Ireland for Luxembourg as the main hub. Coinbase has obtained a market in crypto assets MiCA license from Luxembourg Commission de Surveillance de Structure Financière. So yeah, I'm not going to read the whole article, but already read and vetted. It's happening. So this is cool. Those of you that hold Coinbase, you're probably making a lot of money. I know some of you guys, we were covering it and got into the IPO on this one. and just making buku bucks. But remember, IPOs are a fundraiser for Coinbase. And remember, we covered the news that Coinbase was potentially going bankrupt. This is a way that companies solve that issue. So it is a rug pull, I guess, but it's different. It's a fundraiser, okay? They release the IPO, it buys up, the price runs up, and then the company sells off shares, and that's how they gain finances to fund their projects and whatnot. So make sure you're taking profits. You only need to hold one IPO Class A stock, okay, in Coinbase to be a Class A shareholder and have a stake in the company, have voting rights, okay? You can sell them all, keep one, okay? And then you can buy back in later when it comes down, and you become a shareholder in the company. All right. Trump calls House GOP to quickly adopt clear version of the Senate passed crypto bill. Now, we had read the other day that they want to have the Fed have control of regulation over stable coins, basically. And I think that that's a bad thing. Having it this way is more decentralized, there's more people working on it and talking about it. Yes, it will slow things down, but I think we'll get a better, more clear framework. I think with having the Fed, it pushes us more towards the CBDC direction. We shall see. We shall see. But that's basically it. He just doesn't want them to change anything in the bill, right? We gotta buzz through some of these. Crypto user attacked in France over Ledger hardware wallet report. Okay. So this is a wrench attack that just happened recently. Make sure you are safe with your money. Get it stored on a cold wallet if you are long-term holding. Obviously, if you're trading, you need it on the exchange. But be careful. This is why I do not recommend any exchanges, because they are all vulnerable. Everyone tells me what's the best to use. I don't divulge that information. One, because I don't want anyone to know where I'm trading from, and two, because what if something happens? I'm not going to be taking on those legal repercussions from that. All right, here's another one. Geopolitical tensions freeze crypto markets while oil holds steady. Okay, so oil's doing really well. But the crypto markets are kind of stagnant right now, and I would say that they're headed down. This is a strong indication that we are going to war, okay? The markets are a good way to understand what people think, but also what a lot of these whales are big players. They know what's coming. So when people are investing in oil, in order to run a Navy fleet or an Air Force, you need lots and lots of crude oil, okay? Not only that, we depleted our resources when we switched to the summer blend under the Biden administration, and those reserves are meant for if we have to go to war, and those reserves have not been refilled yet. So we could, I mean, if we go to all out war, expect like $8-10 a gallon of gas. And another indicator is gold. If gold is doing well, that shows that people are uncertain with the stock markets, with crypto, that they want a hedge for their money, a safe haven to place their money where it will grow. And we've just seen gold taking off like crazy. And I'd even say, according to the charts, it looks like gold may take another push upward. XRP news today: Ripple traders brace for Torres's decision and SEC shift. Bitcoin at 204. So a favorable ruling by Judge Torres could prompt both parties to withdraw their appeals and boost XRP spot ETF hopes. Bill Morgan warns a quick ruling could signal another rejection, citing the previous 7-day turnaround. And here it says Ripple and the SEC filed a renewed motion on June 12th, seeking to lift the XRP sales ban and reduce the fine to 125 million. Here's the thing. If they reduce the fine, that's an admission of guilt, okay? And if they broke the law, they may not remove the injunction. They may grant the fine, but they may not grant removing the injunction. It would take legislation clarity, and this is what we talked about earlier, is if we had a bill that came forward that said these are securities or commodities or something that would clarify this, then that would change the law. But the law is still the same. XRP, Ripple broke the law. Therefore, that's why there's an injunction. So something to consider. Will the injunction go away? I hope, but it's not certain. The whole article is manipulation. Dude, I'm just giving you the facts, man. The facts are that it is a long legal process. It's probably going to get another 60-day continuance. Okay? I was studying for the bar exam before I decided to be a creator, okay? I understand how these things go. They are long, lengthy, and drawn out. It could take years for this to end. It may happen next bull cycle. It may be what sparks the next bull cycle. Okay? Housing market sees major power shift, which will send prices into free fall. An unlikely state is set to get hammered. I'm not going to read through all of this, but if you want to check this out, this is by the Daily Mail, and it's in the real estate section. But I would say that it's likely that I think, what's the number here? They said there's like 200 million homes for sale and only 100.5 million people looking for homes right now. So that's driving the market down. Where is that at here? I'll read that for you real quick. I don't remember. But yeah, that's basically, there's less people buying than there are homes for sale. That's not good. Yeah, prices are dropping. Get ready for the housing market's been a bubble since COVID, you know? Housing prices doubled overnight, and the interest rate for housing right now is like 7%. It's ridiculous. Like it is almost impossible to afford one of these homes. That's why the prices are coming down. Yeah, Oscar, they're dragging out that case for sure. And I think that's in Ripple's best interest, because if they're moving towards CBDCs and then XRP is going to not be used what everybody wants it to be used for, then it would be in Ripple's best interest to elongate this out as long as possible to keep the price up, because that's more that they can sell from their reserves from the escrow at a higher price. Canada threatens further tariffs on the U.S. steel and aluminum. The exact rate will depend on progress made towards the tariff deal with Trump administration July 21st. So this is not good. This is not good. We could see reciprocal tariffs coming soon. I believe it's July 9th is the deadline. We could see the U.S. ramping up tariffs on other countries and reciprocal tariffs coming back on us, which could drop the market dramatically very quickly like it has in the past. Trump administration tariff updates in June. That's just recapping what we just talked about. All right. So a week into the war, Israel and Iran trade fire as Europe's diplomatic efforts yield no breakthrough. Let's watch this little video here. This is crazy. Bro. That is just crazy. And I feel sorry for the people that are stuck in all of this. And I pray that this ends quickly.
To remind you that 60% of sales.
Tel Aviv, Israel and Iran trade strikes a week into their war on Friday as President Donald Trump weighed U.S. military involvement, and key European ministers met with Iran's top diplomat in Geneva in a scramble to de-escalate the conflict. But the first face-to-face meeting between Western and Iranian officials in a week long war concluded after 4 hours with no sign of an immediate breakthrough. That's pretty much basically to take from this. Iran has no intention of surrendering. They've stated it, that they're not doing that. They're chanting death to America, and they're very close to having a nuclear weapon. They say within a couple weeks that it will be available for them to actually send and strike. Israel signals protracted war with Iran, and Trump says he won't push for a ceasefire. Now let's take a look at this video here. So this is them blowing some stuff up, you know. So Trump's gonna let them fight it out, and I'll tell you why. Here's your answer right here, okay? Listen to this guy, what he has to say.
And you said no. And now today you seem to be singing a different tune. So a couple
Let me start
days
it
ago,
over.
I asked you if we're heading towards World War III, and you said. And now today you seem to be singing a different tune. Explain.
Well, there's just not very many options with this Iran thing. Our bunker busters, our best ones, are only capable of penetrating 200 feet underground. Iran's nuclear facility that we want to strike is past that maximum effective range. It's like 260 to 300 feet in the ground. So with our best non-nuclear equipment, we can't reach it. So that leaves only 3 options, which is one, tactical nuclear strike, which I doubt we'd do. I mean, the world don't want that. That would be fucking crazy. 2 would be boots on the ground, which I don't think he has public support for. But I'm already seeing the misinformation campaign starting on social media where people are like, I trust Trump to lead us to whatever decision. I mean, entering another 20-year war would be fucking terrible. And third option would be to negotiate, which Trump claims to be a master negotiator, and he promised to end the war in Ukraine in 24 hours, and that shit's still going on. And I just don't trust this administration's ability to negotiate. And what leverage does he have over Iran? What's he going to tell him? I'm going to carpet bomb your country? And Iran's like, all right, fine, we're going to develop nukes in a few months, and you're going to fucking regret it. So what leverage does he have? Like, Iran's going to want something in return, and is that nuclear capability? Because that's what they want. Like, there's really, I don't see any good options in this situation. And if Trump's like, if you keep developing these nuclear bombs, we're going to nuke you, Iran's going to be like, no, you're not. And then China's going to be like, you fucking better not do it. Pakistan's going to be like, you better fucking not do it. Russia's going to be like, you better fucking not do it. Unless we have some top secret bunker busting missile capable of penetrating past 200 feet, but doubtful. So it's kind of looking like boots on the ground is what's gonna, I mean, logically, that is the best case scenario if everything that we are hearing is true, ultimately, right? Like, that's what it relies on, is do we trust the intelligence that the government is giving us? And even then, you're like, is this fucking true? Who fucking knows anymore?
So a couple days ago, I asked you if we're heading towards World
So-
War III.
He is a former sniper in the U.S. military, okay, is who this guy is. But I think what he's saying is true, and I think people need to hear his take on it, because that's what I believe. Everything that he's saying right here is what I've been saying. We don't have very many options here. And so World War III, it's knocking on our doorstep right now. It is knocking on our doorstep, and we need to take into consideration that everything that he said is pretty spot on. So wow. Could you imagine looking out your window and seeing something like that?
Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar.
There's a lot going on. And we talked about nukes yesterday, right?
What would happen if China nuked Los Angeles?
Maybe not China, but I live on the West Coast. I'm sure a lot of you do too.
China's current nuclear warhead, if it hit Los Angeles, most of us are dead. But look at the fallout. Look how far the fallout goes.
All the way to Las Vegas.
They would feel it in Vegas. That's crazy.
Utah.
It would make it to Utah.
And that's just one.
Or could, guys.
Here's another one. This
All right,
is
guys,
San Diego.
What would happen if China nukes San Diego, California with their current nuclear warhead? Let's check it out, guys. Boom! God. Look at that. Holy crap. San Diego is freaking cooked, bro. All the way up to Escondido. Look at this fallout. Palm Springs, Indio's toast. 29 Palms. Eagle Mountain. All the way to Kingman, Arizona. Needles is toast. Look at that. Past Vegas, almost to Flagstaff. That's what would happen if China nukes San Diego.
Oh yeah, Big Baller.
God, good luck.
I know what you're saying. Big Baller says it's going to get crazy, guys. Don't forget Obama. I call him Obama, not Obama. He says Obama though. Gave Iran over 4 billion lots of weapons.
God. Look at that.
Hey, Big Baller. I'm starting a new show, and it's going to be the Facts and Opinions show. It's going to be me and the IT guy, actually, and we're going to have a second set that is back here. These curtains will go away, and it'll be a different set, and we want to put the beer gator in the center of the set. So I want to get one. Let me know when I can get a hold of one, because as soon as we get one, we're going to go. IT guy says I'm not doing a show with you unless there is soda on tap. And I said, beer gator it is.
Nuclear war.
So this is on the TikTok shop.
And that's why you need this.
Maybe you don't need it. Maybe you do.
Beta particles, gamma rays,
Prepping tool.
gives you the radiation exposure.
I don't make any money off of TikTok shop selling this.
Exposure that you've experienced since you've started testing. It also has this running tally right here.
Iran sold 300 million in Bitcoin. I think
all of these different settings
there was a bunch that was we covered it yesterday, Neo.
right here and compared it to their
Israel
$3,000-$4,000 counter, they said it's
hacked
reading exactly the same.
them
It's USB-C
their wallets
rechargeable, so
and
you
sent
don't
them
need
to
batteries, and it's
wallets
rugged
that
and
are
compact, so it's perfect
dead
for your
wallets.
bug out bag. Nuclear war is not an idea, it's a true possibility. So don't get caught without one of these. If you want to check it out, I've linked it right here for you. Grab it today.
Fox News alert, the Ayatollah's gone into hiding. He's believed to be holed up inside an underground bunker northeast of the capital. This is a different kind of Iranian hostage crisis. Khomeini can hide, but he can't run. For the past 24 hours, Israel's been attacking the area around his underground lair. But Khomeini, still talking tough, says Iran will not surrender to anyone. And is warning that if America joins the fight and strikes, it'll result in irreparable damage to the United States. Is he bluffing? We don't know. Iranian proxies, which have been severely degraded, are threatening to commit acts of terror against American troops and American ships in the region. And American businesses are now bracing for cyber attacks. Trump says, good luck with that. We won't be bullied.
I was the hunted, and now I'm the hunter. It's a big difference. That means I've had it. Okay, I've had it. I give up. No more. Then we go blow up all the all the nuclear stuff that's all over the place there. No, they had bad intentions. For 40 years they've been saying death to America, death to Israel, death to anybody else that they didn't like. They were bullies. They were schoolyard bullies. And now they're not bullies anymore.
Trump's been meeting in the Situation Room with his national security team. Head of Central Command, Army General Eric Kurilla, they call him the Gorilla, has been instrumental in the war planning. The Pentagon's sending in their new state-of-the-art supercarrier, the USS Gerald Ford, and amassing a tremendous amount of assets in the area. Today, Trump had lunch with Pakistan's army chief. Pakistan borders Iran. Seems like something's about to happen. Trump's not showing his cards yet.
Whether you are moving closer or you believe the U.S. is moving closer to striking Iranian nuclear facilities. Where's your mindset on that?
I can't say that, right? You don't seriously think I'm going to answer that question. Will you strike the Iranian nuclear component? And what time exactly, sir? Sir, would you strike it? Would you please inform us so we can be there and watch? I mean, you don't know that I'm going to even do it. You don't know. I may do it. I may not do it. I mean, nobody knows what I'm going to do.
And this is just breaking. The Wall Street Journal is reporting Trump privately approved attack plans against Iran. Now, we don't know what these plans entail, but we're told they include U.S. airstrikes, bunker busters. Remember, the latest version of the bunker buster has never been used on the battlefield. It's only been tested. Axios reports that Trump has been quizzing his generals. Are they sure if he uses them, they'll be 100% effective? The generals say yes, but Trump's not completely convinced. Caroline Leavitt says all options remain on the table. Trump's been waiting on giving the final order, seeing if the Iranians give up and surrender their nuke program peacefully. Sources in D.C. say Trump's out of patience and Iran's up against the clock.
I believe that unless Iran surrenders in the next 48 hours, the United States, in conjunction with Israel, will engage in military action.
Trump says the Iranians want to fly all the way to the White House to negotiate an end to this. But he says it's too late. He doesn't appear to be open to long, drawn-out negotiations where he gets strung along like last time.
We're not looking for a ceasefire. We're looking for a total, complete victory. Again, you know what the victory is. No nuclear weapon.
Trump's made a decision. Iran's nuclear program is gone. The person who ultimately decides that is the Ayatollah. He can either let us do it peacefully or we'll do it violently. But either way, the outcome of this war is this. The Iranians will never be able to acquire a nuclear weapon, ever. But time's running out for both sides. Israel's reportedly running low on defensive interceptors, and Iran's reportedly running low on missiles. Iran's also running out of allies. They don't have any friends left in the region. And China, their biggest customer, quiet. And Putin, he has his own problems.
And I spoke to him yesterday, and I said, he actually offered to help mediate. I said, do me a favor. Mediate your own. Let's mediate Russia first, okay? I said, Vladimir, let's mediate Russia first. You can worry about this later.
The Persians are pinned up against the wall. They've been completely humiliated by a tiny Jewish nation, a fraction of the size of Iran. And now the Daily Wire is reporting that the Mossad set up a fake hotline in Iran and ordered top Iranian military officials into an emergency meeting. And the generals were lured into a small bunker in Tehran before Israel wiped them out with a precision airstrike. And inside of the country, you're starting to see unrest. Sanctions have crippled their economy so badly that workers are rioting over delayed payments. Manufacturers are striking over high inflation. Schools, cement factories, and pharmaceutical plants are shutting down. The Iranian currency is getting shredded. And Israel's hitting Iranian energy infrastructure, which is going to create price shocks and shortages. So with the streets teetering and its military commanders assassinated, a nuke might be the Ayatollah's only hope. No one really knows how fast they could spin up a device and strap it into a warhead, but Trump says they're only a few weeks away. Back in March, Tulsi Gabbard said the Iranians were enriching uranium at record levels.
In the past year, we've seen an erosion of a decades-long taboo in Iran on discussing nuclear weapons in public, likely emboldening nuclear weapons advocates within Iran's decision-making apparatus. Iran's enriched uranium stockpile is at its highest levels and is unprecedented for a state without nuclear weapons.
So will the United States end Iran's nuclear program with a 30,000-pound bunker buster? Or can Israel end it themselves? Israel admits they have options. They could knock out the power plants that run the underground nuke facility. And since they control the air, Israeli commandos could be inserted and fight their way in and then detonate the site with dynamite. If America does it, there would be consequences, nuclear contamination, and internationally there could be some fallout, though I'm sure Trump could handle it. Either way, the Iranians would retaliate and the United States would have to go back onto a war footing in the Middle East. The whole world's watching. It's the biggest
And we
moment
know
of the
those
Trump
bunker
presidency.
busters won't work.
China and Russia surveying the scene, and so are our trade partners. We're at this moment in history because of Obama and Biden. They signed a toothless nuke deal that let the Iranians keep enriching and let them keep their ballistic missiles, and paid them billions of dollars, which they used to finance their war machine and proxies. Proxies which have been killing Americans for decades. Marines in Beirut, soldiers in Iraq, and taking Americans hostage in Gaza and inside of Iran. American deterrence, backed by the threat of violence, is what maintains order in the world. And sometimes there comes a time when the commander-in-chief has to use force to nourish the deterrence and keep the American people safe. Is this one of those times? We're about to find out. Fox News alert, the Ayatollah has gone into hiding.
This is getting really bad really fast. We watched this yesterday, but we're going to watch it one more time.
در این سفر رئیس جمهور آمریکا به منطقه مطرح شد لایق جواب دادن نیست اصلا. اینقدر سطح حرف پایینه که مایه سرفکندگی گوینده حرف و مایه سرفکندگی ملت آمریکاست. اونا رو کار نداره. لکن یکی دو جمله رو باید روش توجه بکنیم. ترامپ گفت که میخواد از قدرت برای صلح استفاده کنه. دروغ گفت.
Death to America. These people cannot have nukes. We cannot let that happen. But I don't want to go to war. I don't want another war, but this can't be allowed.
برای جنگ افروزی در هر جایی که بتوانند، برای حمایت کردن از مزدوران خودشون از قدرت این استفاده رو کردن. چه از قدرت برای ایجاد
Big Baller says we're going to war. Buckle up. Yep. Get ready.
بله. از قدرت می شود برای صلح و امنیت استفاده کرد. به همین دلیل هم هست که
How many months have I been saying we're going to World War III? We're going to war, and everyone was like, no, Trump's going to make it all fine. It's going to be better. Don't worry about it. He's going to make a deal. And here we are.
به همت ملت‌های منطقه آمریکا از این منطقه باید برود و خواهد رفت.
Yeah, they could have the nuclear weapon now. I mean, they do now, but I mean, it could be days away. And it could take time for us to get in there and stop them. Like, this is very scary. 4th of July, possibly. Get ready for some fireworks, ladies and gentlemen.
رژیم صهیونی که غده سرطانی خطرناک مهلک این منطقه است حتما باید برکنده شود و خواهد شد.
Man, that's scary. If you weren't scared now, you should be. You should be afraid. You should be worried. Okay, I am. I'm very much worried about not just, nukes or anything like that, but another long drawn out war, 20-year war in the Middle East, losing our young men and women of this country. Something needs to be done now before this gets out of hand. This is not good. Yeah, sleeper cells in America too. Yes, exactly. This is very bad. Big Baller said, where was it? What did he say? 4 years of open borders, they are here. Exactly. And he says, why was China flying in the middle of the night and picking up stuff? Where they picking up? What were they picking up? I'm still looking into that. We'll cover that once we have the facts of the story. Big Baller says, I have a plane on standby for my wife and kids. Good. Good, man. I'm right here. We are an airport, so we're good. The bunkers that we have here are just magnificent. Magnificent. I know that I'm going to be okay, but you should be worried. The average person is not protected. My biggest concern is if LA gets hit, we're going to have to move or something. Oh, I know. Even with bunkers, we won't really be okay, but I totally understand that. But we're about as safe as we can be. I'll tell you that. If something were to happen, we'll be all right. EMP blackouts will come first, most likely. Yeah, even just the EMP that comes from a nuke. You know, there's an EMP that's discharged from a nuke. Like, that's a lot.
Follow up on how close Iran is to a nuclear weapon. Can you clarify, when the president said a few weeks away, did he mean obtaining enough enriched uranium to start building a weapon, or did he mean Iran is a few weeks away from completing the production of a weapon?
I'm glad you asked that, Ouija. It's an important question, and it's one, frankly, the media has been getting wrong. Let's be very clear. Iran has all that it needs to achieve a nuclear weapon. All they need is a decision from the supreme leader to do that, and it would take a couple of weeks to complete the production of that weapon, which would, of course, pose an existential threat, not just to Israel, but to the United States and to the entire world. And that is something that the entire world, including countries like Russia, is in agreement with, that Iran should not and cannot obtain a nuclear weapon. And that's why the president believes that, and he's believed that, again, not just his political career, but frankly, his entire life.
So it
Michael.
sounds like it's the former, just to be clear.
We have a dual generator here.
Just to follow up on how close
Dual
Iran
generator
is
system.
to a nuclear weapon, can you clarify, when the president said a few weeks away,
the shoot down range of Americans' home defense missiles only has a shoot down rate of 50%. Yes. And that's why they're trying to build the Golden Dome. Solar and gas. Feb? What do you mean Feb? Gen. Yeah, solar and gas gen. Exactly. You guys, be prepared for anything. You never know, okay? A tornado could come through and take out a power line and you'd be out of power, okay? Have backups. Have a way to shield yourself from these types of scenarios, okay? I'm not saying everything is going to happen this way, but it's good to be prepared. Be prepared. There's nothing wrong with being prepared. Get a Big Baller says, get a generator. They are going after the power grid. I think you might be right. I mean, even we got banned for 9 days. Oh, shoot. Somebody put capital F1 in the chat. I said the B word. Somebody put capital F1 in the chat. And FYP in the chat afterwards and all that. Thank you, Kodak. Hashtag FYP, all that. But yeah, we got removed because I told people to be prepared. I'm not going to say why, but we talked about it. Thank you, everybody. I appreciate you guys. The support for the show is just overwhelming. Your guys' gifts and just the liking and everything is just incredible. We're at 69K likes. That is incredible. Thank you guys so much for everything you do.
Breaking news tonight, a federal appeals court clearing the way for President Donald Trump to keep control of the California National Guard troops he has federalized. This ruling from the Ninth Circuit halts a lower court ruling that found Trump acted illegally when he activated the soldiers over objections from California Governor Gavin Newsom. The deployment is the first by a president of a state's National Guard without the permission of that state's governor since 1965 during the Civil Rights era. Trump maintains the troops are necessary to restore order in Los Angeles. Newsom argues the move has only inflamed tensions, usurped local authority, and continues to be a waste of resources. Newsom says California will continue its legal battle. Breaking news tonight, a federal appeals court clearing.
So Trump has command of the National Guard again. I agree. California does need help, but I don't think. I think they need to be going after the police instigating these things, man. I think the National Guard should shut the police down because the police are instigating a lot of this stuff. And let's end it on an XRP note.
This is an ATM. And what we're going to do is transform the traditional banking industry.
I do not fit the picture of a banker.
Elon Musk is still connected to the payments business.
Here at the festival, I asked him what he thinks of Elon Musk's X platform and social media today. By the way, he used to work with Elon Musk, ended up actually pushing him out of the company at PayPal.
My judgment is, we should have just...
David Sachs from the PayPal Mafia is in the White House. Peter Thiel's Palantir still connected to payments. Now Vast, founded by Jed McCaleb, has partnered with SpaceX, Elon Musk's company. Jed McCaleb, founder of Stellar. As always, do your own research, and this is not financial advice.
I'm leaning towards Stellar Lumens instead of XRP, baby. I'm leaning towards Stellar Lumens. Stellar Lumens is actually designed to be a decentralized currency, whereas XRP is more or less for like institutions. XLM is for everyday people, businesses, things like that. I'm starting to, if CBDCs don't take over, stablecoins don't take over, I'm thinking XLM may actually be the sleeper here. And I've always been that way. XLM was the first cryptocurrency I ever bought. A few months ago, Musk tweeted one picture and no words. It was Stellar. Yeah. You see what I did there? Yeah, I'm feeling like XLM. Let's take a look at XLM. I think XLM might be the sleeper. I think maybe XRP is the fundraiser and XLM is the rocket, baby. And look at, this is classic bull cycle. This thing's coming down. Okay. This is actually a good sign. Okay. We want these things to come down. I think it comes down a little further and does something like this and comes to about 35 cents there. And that would put it around September. That's what I'm thinking. Yeah, H-bar will pump with XLM, but as far as the projects I believe in, I do believe in H-bar. H-bar is one that I like too. I'm waiting to buy because I think this is what we're going to see. Downward movement until, look at, end of July and then up. But I think that's about all we get. Maybe we get more, but I'll be taking profits at 35, 40, 45, 50, on and so forth. Those psychological numbers and the fives in between. Yeah, I love H-bar too, man. H-bar is good. I think Cardano even is solid, you know? But I'm thinking this is what we get. And I think everything's going to kind of get this. And then after that, you're going to see this right here again, just much smaller. But I'm thinking I'll get in somewhere around here. And look at it. This lines up 15 cents. This is that support line right here. Maybe it doesn't. Maybe it stops here at 24, 25 cents, maybe 20 cents. And then it goes up from there. And then that would take it a little higher. But I'm on the more bearish side. I think things will probably go a little bit lower. In light of what's going on in the world, I would be leaning towards the higher end on this. I would be leaning towards up here around 20 cents and then a turn up to 45 cents. However, there's a possibility things are more downward because of what is going on in the world. This is XLM, Stellar Lumens. This is the very first cryptocurrency I ever bought. Thank you, Guinea Marie. Have a good night. What the heck? Big Baller says, my buddy owns a solar company in New Mexico and the workers are being shot at from Mexico. What? Are you for real? Can you get footage of that? Can you send that to me? That is crazy. I'd love to report on that. I haven't even heard that. That is crazy. All right. So that concludes the show. If anybody has any projects they'd like to go over, we can do one or two. I can go later if we receive our gift goals. Right now it's a dragon crown. If anybody's got me with a dragon crown, much appreciated. And don't forget to become a deluxe subscriber. And if you are looking to get technical analysis classes, we are offering the technical analysis classes. We only have a few spots left, okay? I'm trying to keep the classes small, okay? Small classes so that way you can learn quickly and be on your way out of the class to make room for new people. The idea is not to milk you. It's to get you in, teach you the information, get you out, okay? And check it out. We've got these, I printed these up for promotion. So we're going to be handing these out at Rare Evo. If somebody wants to go with me to Rare Evo, reach out to me. I have an extra ticket. I'd like to have somebody to come along and help pass these out. So if you're interested in going, give me a message. Let's figure it out. Let's come up with something. I want somebody that's going to help me. If you want to go, if you do not know what Rare Evo is, let me see here. I will show you.
Pump Fun got suspended from X.
Oh my God, this guy. I put in Pump Fun. What am I doing? Rare Evo. How much are classes? The classes are $25 an hour. They're once a week for 1 hour. And it's you pay for 4 classes up front, and then after that you pay for another one until you feel like you've learned what you want to learn. Oscar wants to go. So the tickets are expensive. But if you are interested in going, we can work something out. Maybe if you're helping or something, I can give you a discount. I was going to raffle it off, but nobody's really tried to reach out for the raffle or anything. So we'll see. But these tickets, they're $500 a piece, okay? And they're press pass tickets, and I was told that they are highly likely to be upgraded to VIP so long as VIP is not sold out. If VIP is not sold out, we will be getting VIP tickets, which are $1,600. Comes with goodie bags and party and catering and all kinds of good stuff. Wish I could. That'd be awesome. Yeah, it's in Vegas. So if you're interested in coming with me, helping me pass out some of these, and you know, then we can figure something out. Or if you just want to purchase the ticket from me to help out the show, or if you're going to help too, we can figure something out. I'm open to the possibilities. This is August 6th through the 10th. August 6th through the 10th in Vegas. But it's going to be awesome. I can't wait. I can't wait. If I go by myself, all right, whatever, you know. I could always put the ticket on StubHub, but I'd rather, you know, give it to the community, or have somebody come help me pass these out, you know, or someone be a fan. Yeah, Big Baller, let me know about that story. I'd like to look into that. But this will be fun, man. If you want to go to Vegas, I know how to have a good time in Vegas. All right. I'll be that guy with the sailor hat. That's me. That's me in Vegas.
Everyone's always busting my chop.
All right. And then don't forget to join my Discord. Join my Discord. Link is in my bio. Join the community there. That's where the TA classes will be held. So if you're interested in joining up for the TA classes, that's where it's going to be done at. And or become a deluxe subscriber. If you're struggling in the market right now, if you're not in profits, and or even if you are in profits and you just need some coaching, setting up wallets, things like that, or if you need a trading strategy, we can create a trading strategy that is specific to your needs, your financial needs, your portfolio, and we can get you set up with that. Or you can just ask me questions. Me Cheeky, he subscribes every month just so that he can send me dirty jokes. It's hilarious. Big Baller, oh, you got circled? Nice. I'm kind of bummed I didn't. And we have merchandise as well. We have our hoodies. We have men's and women's shirts. We have mugs. Check out the mug. I'm telling you, your coffee is going to taste better with the goat on it. It's just phenomenal. And they're actually really good quality mugs. I was really surprised at the quality of them. And we have stickers as well. If you want to give to the show, ordering merchandise, we don't make a lot off of it, but we get a couple bucks from each thing. So if you want to send gifts or whatever, but you want to get something in return, and not just a galaxy that flies across the screen, get some merchandise, get some stickers, get some t-shirts, mugs, whatever, because it's promotion for the show. It also helps the show, but it gives you something tangible. And like, you're watching the show, you guys are fans, like, who wouldn't want a hoodie? You know what I mean? Like, I want a hoodie. Like, I have a shirt. I'm probably going to get a hoodie soon. It's just been too hot. I'm like, I'll wait to get the hoodie later. And yeah, the TA classes, obviously. So starting June 6th will be our first class. It'll be held on Sunday at 5 p.m. It's 1 hour. Okay. And we're going to figure something out. If you miss a class, I can record it and send it to you or something. But here's the thing is, we're going to do that on the honor system. If you leak it out to other people, it'll just go away and no one will get it. And you'll have to be there. So, and I might just lean towards that direction anyway. TikTok seller, he's not going to be able to make the first one. He's an exception to the rule. I trust him. But I don't know. I'm not sure if this is something, because all it takes is for someone to put this out on YouTube, and then the whole class is done. And the idea is to become profitable with this show, but also to make you profitable as well. And like, I don't want to gatekeep it, but we have a whole staff here that we have to employ and pay for. So it's become a bit of a financial burden for me, especially with the markets moving down. Marco, thank you for the heart me. And everybody that has been giving gifts, I know I haven't given a lot of recognition for gifts today because we've just been going through a lot of stuff. Thank you, everyone, for all of the gifts. Let's see if we can get this dragon crown. I really want to get this dragon crown. It's one of my favorite ones. But yeah, like, we have to become profitable at some point. We have to make money to keep this going. Otherwise, I have to lay off people, and that's the last thing I want to do. I want to keep people here. You guys helped raise $100 to keep Jesse on the air. Actually, it was more than that. I think we raised $450 in total, and that's employed Jesse, and I matched that, and so we could pay her salary to keep her here. And we're very grateful for everything that you guys have done. Marco, thank you. I appreciate you as well. Everyone, I appreciate you just for listening, you know. But, you know, if you can't give, you can always just like and comment, put the FYP in the chat, all those different things, all of that helps the show. TikTok seller, thank you for the confetti and the 7 roses. Appreciate you. And all the gifts. There's so many. But we're over time, so I'm trying to wrap everything up quickly. But if you can't give, you can always just like, follow, share. Tell your friends about it. Tell your family about it. Tell your coworkers. Get them, you know, on board what's going on. And don't forget, we also have the email alert system you can sign up for. There's, I believe, like 10 days left for free. So if you become a deluxe subscriber, you can get on the email alert system, because I post those price points out, and a lot of times they go out at like 3 in the morning. And this is a way to alert you, because a lot of people aren't getting the information till like days later, and it's too late, and time is money. And so it does cost $1.99, okay, because it is something that has to be done. It takes time, energy, and resources. So there has to be something to it. But I offered it for free this month because of all the donations everyone was sending in, as well as I wanted people to get a chance to try it out and see if they like it, you know. And so hopefully those are helping you with your trades. And the price points are mainly focused around XRP. This is pretty much an XRP show. I mean, look we got the XRP here. A lot of people are in XRP, and I'm still following it because I will buy some when the time is right. I don't think that it's going to be what everyone says it's going to be, but the hype is real with it, which means that when it is ready to explode, it will. Okay? The hype is still very much alive with XRP, and I take into consideration the moon cheese. Okay? That is why I'm still following it. But obviously, I'm a little more bullish on the real world assets for my smart money entries for long-term holding for the next bull run. That's what it's going to be, baby. But as far as this bull run goes, XRP is definitely poised to either make or break you depending on how you trade it. So having those price point videos is going to help you. Do I get it right every day? No. There is a potential that the price point I put out yesterday still happens. Okay? It didn't happen last night, but it is still on the table. So we will see if that plays out. I have a feeling it will. But at the same time, everything looks bleak. So if you're looking for more of a smart money entry, I would say wait. But if you're day trading, those price point videos are going to help you out, and they're going to let you know when to take profits and where to enter, where to exit. Yes, Francesca, I'm still on. Thank you. All right, any last gifts before we end the live? I'm trying to get a dragon crown. If anybody could send a dragon crown, I'd like to get a dragon crown or a galaxy that makes it so we only made like $12 this live, which is it's okay, it's $12. But I mean, I'm paid everybody to be here and everything because we had guests on, and so we're definitely in the red still. The more we can bring in financially right now, the better. When the market starts going back up, I'm not going to be so much whatever about it. I will pay for it with my trades. It's whatever. But the markets are going down. I'm not making any money. So if you can help, great. If you can't, no problem. Just you being here and hitting the like button and chatting and being here is great. And I appreciate all of you that do that. If that's all you can do, great. I love having you here. All right, I guess that's it for the live. I guess one quick look at XRP. We kind of went over it, but it kind of looks like a quadruple bottom, at least a double bottom, which means it could potentially go up to 225 to 233-ish, and we will see. So hopefully that works out, and I can get a little bit of money to pay for the show, because I do still hold a little bit. You know, I'm mostly holding stable coins, but I have like moon bags and stuff that I still take my profits from, and we'll create a strategy that works best for you. Everyone's different. So become a deluxe subscriber, become a regular subscriber, sign up for the TA class. Let's get you profitable. All right. Let's get you profitable. Let's get you smart money trading. Let's get you where you want to be in crypto. And that's not on the wrong side of a red candle. You want to be cheering when those red candles come and cheering when the green ones come, because that's what we're doing. TikTok seller, thank you for the roses. I appreciate you. 11 roses. And all the gifts. So many gifters. I can't even. This is the longest list of gifters, and it's incredible. A lot of them went to other creators, which is great and fine. We had a pretty awesome show. If you missed the show, it will be recorded and uploaded to YouTube by midnight. This was a good one. If you missed today's live, go rewatch this one, man. Was it saucy? Had a great time with you guys. And I'll see you all on Monday. And remember, if you are going to message me for coaching, it is the weekend coming up. However, I think it's Nate. Nate, you and I are all, if you're watching, you and I are already in talks. And I had an emergency today that I could not, maybe it's not Nate. Who was it? Oh, Neo 2.0. If you're watching, listening, we're already engaged in talking and working on something right now. So I had an emergency today, so feel free to message me, and we'll work through solving those issues you're having with your wallet. So no problem. But anyone else, if you need help over the weekend, all you got to do is send a donation, and I'll take care of you. But you know, I gotta make something here, you know, and I gotta have some kind of time off. The idea is to deter you from bothering me on the weekend, and so I can actually have time off. But I understand these markets are 24 hours, 7 days a week. So I want to help you. That's the whole goal of this entire show, is to help people. All right, everyone, have a good night, and I will see you on Monday.